Clickety click, click, click. When you're clicking,
I'm not clicking.
to confirm that the technology is working.
All right.
To double check, particularly as the platform that I'm broadcasting on right now at 11 minutes past 11 p.m. local time here in London, England, as I went live. Well, we're on haps.tv, which is also available on your digital device if it's a mobile one, by downloading it on the Apple App Store or Google Play for those of you using Android. Hope you're well. Hope you're doing good. I hope the weekend, as it is right now, as I say this, hope it's going well for you and it's being productive. It's Saturday, the 3rd of April, 2021, where I am. But as it's, well, next hour will be midnight already. At least half of the planet is already experiencing tomorrow, the next day, Sunday, which will be Easter Sunday for this year, and then Easter Monday. It is Easter bank holiday weekend here. Hello to you, Diva Dwarf. Thanks for joining me, and it's good to see you here and to have seen you in recent broadcasts as well when I've been chatting with other people around the globe, all the way from the USA to Tokyo and all sorts of other Holland places as well. And that in a good way. Now that's fascinating because someone's just joined me. I invited them. It was impromptu. And I didn't expect, never have any expectations, but I didn't expect anything to come of that because people do like a warning usually when they're going to be invited, and certainly when they are going to be in a position where they're able to definitely. And when that person just joined, as I can say they are, see they have done in the background, they are. Can't hear them yet because I have to put my headphones on. That was the point, you see. I didn't put my headphones on because I'm like, well, I don't think I'm going to be joined by anyone at such a late hour here in London, and certainly not when it's such a late hour where Helga is right now. And I think if I press the correct buttons, particularly that one, there we go. Right, but the point I was going to make is, as she tried to join, my whole system just sort of melted down for a split second, as it often does on the HAPS platform while they are apparently still in beta mode. But I think, you know what? Sometimes a reason becomes an excuse. Did I say that? Yes, I did. I did. Yeah, let me just see if I can adjust my sound so that I'm able to hear. Helga, hello to you.
Hi, Martin. What a surprise.
How are you doing? A surprise?
Yes.
What, the invitation?
Yes.
Oh, we shouldn't have
Thank
been
you.
so much of a surprise. Well, thank you for joining. I just thought that rather than just go live at my, well, all-time regular time of 11:11 p.m. local time, I thought that I would not just press the go live button, but also invite a few people that I've been connecting with recently. And of course, one of those is yourself. How are you feeling? Because I know you've been under the weather the last 48 hours or so. Are you feeling a bit better?
A little bit better.
Right
yes.
now?
Yes, a little bit better.
Yeah.
Thank you for asking.
You're just breaking up there, but again, I don't think it's your internet connection. I don't think it's mine. I think it is the infrastructure. And as I was just saying before, just a moment ago, you know, I mean, beta mode. How long does a product stay in such a mode for? Particularly when it isn't the first mouse trying to. Connection is lost. And when I see that it actually was, yes, my connection was lost. It's come back now, apparently. but I can say that confidently because I'm watching myself back now. The strange thing is on my main device where I'm broadcasting right now, that's just totally nothing. But on here, I can see myself. If I pull that out there, I can. Oh yes, at least I can hear myself. But then I can't hear Helga now because again, it says that she's not there. But what I could do.
There he goes again. It gives me the time to welcome Diva. Hi, Diva. Hello, Yoni from Manchester. Welcome. And of course, my beautiful daughter, Desiree. Thank you for being here. I think I will have to take it over. Was this the plan, Michael?
Press that and that plus that. I'm trying to now re-enter. Oh, there I am again. I'm trying to re-enter my own broadcast. This is. I'm going to use the P word now. Pathetic. I can hear you now, Helga, because I'm listening back. This device. This is what's crazy. The broadback device that is still running. It's having a few problems.
Yes.
I can't hear anything or see anything on there right now. But so
okay.
I think so. I know that things are strangely working. And would you like to say something this weird way?
Well, if you fall off, I will take it over. I wasn't planning to do a broadcast.
As you were,
Go ahead.
Right. There's actually another sneaky way I could do this. There's a sneaky way I could do this. The thing is, if the person who initiated the broadcast falls out of the broadcast for a certain amount of time, which isn't long, then the broadcast terminates. 2 or 3 of you, and as I say that.
Okay, there he goes again. Oh, this is funny. Yes. I would like to share something, but I don't know if this is the plan of the broadcast. As it seems, I'm a guest. I love silence, but I also know that some of us doesn't like silences. Before I got this surprise invitation, I was listening to another broadcast. I don't remember the name, but it was promoted by Michael Berthorst, and it was about it was a broadcast with all same colored men as I am, and they were talking about the pain that the men are going through in America. And I felt their pain, you know. Because if we look to one another only by the outside, we hurt each other constantly. I would like us humans to reach a point to overcome our differences. And it is way easier than we think. Sorry, Martin. I'm taking your broadcast over. Do you hear me? Yeah, but you muted yourself.
This is a good
there you
thing.
are.
Can you still hear me now? I can hear you.
Now I can. If you don't mute yourself, I hear you.
You wouldn't believe. Sure, but you wouldn't believe how I've managed to sustain this broadcast without it falling over. I've had to join, as you can see, on a second device here.
Yes.
And I'm listening to myself on a different one. So let's just see, because now I was listening in delay, which means while I was talking,
Yeah, I know.
it's
There is
I,
always a delay when you listen to the same broadcast on another device because I
right.
always, when I broadcast, I also watch myself on another device.
Sure. But yeah, so I was listening to myself on that other device, but still my microphone was on the main device, so there was a big difference. And anyway, as I say, I'm now on a mobile device, as you can see me here.
Mm-hmm.
But on the other device, it seems to have. Well, it says that it's given up, but
No, no,
let
no,
me
no.
hold.
It's good. It's working.
Well,
I
yes,
see you.
yeah, yeah. But it's kind of frozen is the point as well. So, like I said before, I think this is now an excuse and a reason in terms of the people who continue to modify the platform's technology. So we'll leave it at that at the moment. Thanks for Desiree earlier on with a comment there. Johnny Good, that's yeah, Johnny Cool is
Martin,
here. Yes.
please don't get too much frustrated. It is about the message we share,
Yep. Good reminder.
okay? Because you are way too stressful, and I know you want to do everything perfect, but HAPS is a place that we can share what is really on our hearts, on our minds, and don't forget that this is not okay. Maybe a few months, then everything will work better. But in the meantime, people understand. They understand. Alrighty?
Well, so far things are still,
Oh,
we're
look,
turning the.
Eric, you can't go.
Is he in our broadcast as
Of
well?
course he's here.
Yes, I
You
can.
can't go.
I can. There you go. I can just about see Eric trying to join. I'm
And
actually
look,
going to
and
try and.
22. I don't know if it are 22 eyeballs or, you know, on that time, Eric is coming in. 22.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, absolutely. Interesting point. Yeah. Oh, there we are.
Hi,
Now, this is.
brother. Do you want to stop, Martin?
We haven't started yet. What are you speaking about?
All
Stop? We can't
right.
stop. We
All
can't
right.
possibly stop.
All
Um,
righty.
I'll be with Eric in just a moment. I'm just trying to um, rescue the technology from totally collapsing here, which is going to work. So that's good. You need to press that magic button there, and now I'm almost back in control. So that means that I can any moment now. This is very, 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 very strange. But I'm going to press a button here and see what happens. Anything can happen. But Eric, hopefully,
Eric, do you hear us?
will be brought into the
Yeah.
broadcast. He can
Can
certainly
you
hear
hear
us.
me?
Yes, yes, yes.
Awesome.
Oh, the energy.
I'm
Right
almost
away.
confusing myself with what's going on here. I can, in fact, bring myself back into the broadcast um, soon on my regular camera and everything, and the other device. So I'm on a different device right now, Eric. A long story. But you can certainly replay if you want to at the beginning of this. Helga, by the way, if anyone now wants to join Helga, we must remind how they can find you. It's Helga. Obviously, if they know where you live, they can head over to the Netherlands. But I'm talking about online right now, because while Helga is here on HAPS and distributing her energy via other platforms as well, and one that you're possibly watching if not on haps.tv, like Eric and myself, she is discoverable if you head over to her very own www.helgaviju.com. It's her name.com.
Still out?
Have you checked it out recently, Helga?
Not yet. I saw
No.
your message today.
Have you? You
and
haven't?
I thought, whoa, this is fast. But we I did a cleaning today, and that was most of the time. So tomorrow, I promise, I'm going to watch it.
Well, if you open up another tab on your browser now, or if you wanted to, you can always head over, just type your name.com,
Oh
and
my
that's a
God, really?
nice, easy. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you do that now, it'll take you to this to your profile where you're live right now on Haps, and that's the great thing about it. As I say, rather than having to remember all your various things, it's actually haps.tv / Helga Bijul.
Bellhot.
Bellhot. I'm sorry, it's
It's
Bellhot.
okay.
Yes, I got it right originally, and it's sort of drifted from there because I keep. It's because I've been speaking to another couple of friends in Europe, and the J particularly is sometimes it's pronounced as yeah.
Oh, I
Is that
shared.
Spanish? Oh, good. There you are.
Oh my
Excellent. One
God.
step at a time. So there you are. So you can get your business cards printed out, and your email address, of course. Well, that'll certainly. I say
Oh my
change.
God.
It'll be an easily memorable one for everyone. At the moment, um, if people want to write to you, I think it's we. I thought about this. I was going to discuss this with you. I hope don't mind discussing this in the public domain here. Stop me if. Um, but I think it's in order if you don't mind me saying so. But yeah, if people want to write to Helga, they can at
Oh my God, look my
we at
pictures.
Helga, and that's B
Bellhot.
Bellhote Bellhote, yes .com.
Oh my God.
You see, and I thought it could be us or we because we're all. It could be in one, but if you say one, then people won't know if it's the number one, ONE, etc., etc. You can try it yourself. Email yourself now. We at Helga
Hmm.
Bellhote.com.
This is so weird. I have
Isn't
two
it? It's a
sons.
weird world. Yes.
I have two sons with their own uh, website because they
Okay.
are musicians.
Mm-hmm.
And I never thought that I, as a mom, would have one of my own.
Well, you do now. Well, you have certainly a page that everyone can find you at with no problems whatsoever. And in due course, yeah, you never know, web page, website. Who knows where this journey is taking us to? And Vera van
Vera, yes.
from the Netherlands as well.
Hi,
There
leuk
they
dat
are.
je er bent. I just said in Dutch, nice. Hi, great that you are here with us. Oh, by the way, I have a suggestion.
A suggestion.
No, yeah, this is for the HAPS owners. I would like to do broadcast in Dutch also because I have a lot of friends or followers who don't understand the English language very well.
Mm-hmm.
So beside the Dutch one, I would like to do programs also in beside the English one, sorry. I would also like to do them in Dutch so that I can also make a communion here in the Netherlands. I hope
That,
HAPS is open for that. It will be in the same context as what Eric and Des and I do. So,
right. Watch that space then.
which space?
The space that you occupy right now online, and see how all that evolves and develops.
Okay,
Very soon, possibly.
thank you, Martin.
Two Martin shines.
You never
Just
told us that you are a twin.
doppelganger.
I identical twin.
I'm going to see now if the original technology will hold up. Hopefully we're back now. Oh, hopefully you can still hear me. Yeah, I can see visually that the sound's there. Can you still hear me, guys and girls?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. That's better. So my original broadcast browser has recovered. I had to invite myself in here, Eric. I don't know if I explained properly, but I had to invite myself in here because the original broadcast failed very early on, and so I was lost. But I don't know if you realise, as well as a broadcaster yourself, if the person initiating the broadcast they have technical difficulties, but say there's two other people as there are now in the broadcast as guests, the broadcast, even though the two people are still there, as soon as the host broadcaster, the person that initiated it, has exited for X amount of time, the server will drop out because it'll just assume that the broadcast has ended. But what I sneakily did was, on my other mobile digital device, I snuck in and as myself a second time, so I think that's why it's held up while I was trying to recover the first machine that I'm on here and everything. Oh goodness me! But all that technical stuff is really even too late in the day for me now. At oh my goodness, 11:33 local time.
And 1 hour behind of me, so
yes. Well,
you
you're
can
always on.
handle
You're
it.
on tomorrow already, aren't you?
Yes.
You're just we're so yesterday, Eric. You know, right now for yeah, she's on Sunday already, Easter Sunday, as it is. Yeah. Well, I just realised as well, actually, of course, I did receive your email, by the way, Eric, and I'm glad you can now, even I don't know if you can, I would have thought while you're on there now, just sneakily save that file that I've uploaded for your access. So hopefully that'll help out with your awesome time when you were out in the woods and the forest recently. That looked pretty, well, it looked certainly different, obviously, to the city, was your monumental motivational memories, your Monday walk through the woods.
Yeah. I haven't gotten a chance to download it. I've been outside most of the day. I just got done eating dinner and I was getting ready to go back outside, and Spirit was like, check apps. And then I saw
Sure.
that 11 minutes ago you had invited me to this broadcast. So
Sure.
got my stuff set up, and then it was 22 after when I started getting on.
It would be. Yeah.
So I'm glad to see that Helga's got her domain name. People can
Oh, right.
find
Yeah.
her.
Sure.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. There you go.
This is for real. I can't hide
And
myself
Martin can do
anymore.
this for anybody out there. A little bit of money up front gets you, as
Yeah.
long as your domain name has not already been taken.
A nominal fee, should we say? I mean, there's so much more we can do, but one step at a time. The most important thing is to reserve your domain name, whichever you decide, as early as possible in the game, so to speak, or when you think you might need one. They're so affordable. I mean, .coms these days, realistically, I mean, you shouldn't, you don't buy them, by the way, you rent them. I'm very quick to, even I slip up myself, I'm very quick to remind myself and then everyone, domain names are rented for a maximum of 10 years at any one time. And, they range depending on whether it's .com, .org, .net, and there's so many others now. You can have .fr if you're in France, and then, of course, there's all the one for this, the great one also for this book. You can have more than one as well that take you to even the same web space, whether it's something like your account here or to a website or a web page. And one that's very popular at the moment for broadcasters like us is .live or .tv. Yeah. If people type in their browser, any browser, Martin Shine, my name, .live, it will take them to my HAPS account at the moment.
Yeah, mine too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And Eric's, for that matter.
All right.
There you go. 3's the magic number, and here we are, all three of us now, the proud owners of our very own domain names. But yeah, And as I say, it doesn't need to be too complicated. You know, as well, the other bit of advice I'd say to people is often people either hesitate and they say, well, I haven't got time or the resources now, financially or otherwise, to build a web page or a website. But as I say, if you take your domain name, a lot of people, they will finally look into their domain name and purchase it for a year or up to 10, as I say. And it'll say on there, this domain name is parked for future use, etc., etc. You know, a website under construction. But as you can see, Helga and Eric, you don't need to do that right now. You can have your web domain name taking people to somewhere a bit more relevant until you decide to develop your own space, as we say. So you could go to a Facebook account, Twitter profile, or in this case, as I said, and we know now, your Haps profile. All is good there. Hello from Columbus, says Takara. Hey to
Hi,
you.
Takara.
Yay. Awesome stuff, people. Please do share, like, and follow. Not just me, but if you head over to the links on this broadcast for the guests as well, definitely follow them, because I can see plenty of names here that we're all connected already, kind of thing. But anyone new here, particularly if you're watching on Facebook or YouTube or Twitter, we can't see you until you actually comment as a viewer as well. And we certainly want to see a few more comments, don't we, over the coming days and weeks. And that will happen. Newbies all the time. I wonder where Michael Bathurst is right now. Or, for example, Army over in Tokyo. Because I say that only because it'll be interesting to see. I'm just going to put a couple more names in terms of the invitations and see if anyone joins us from there. What do you think? Oh, and how about Edward, of course, who fell off around about 24 hours ago because I think it was because he was receiving important telephone calls on the west coast of the USA.
Night, Diva Dwarf.
Good night.
Oh, good night. Good night, Rose. Thanks very much for your support and for joining us. Have a restful time over the next handful of hours. And we'll see you again in the not too distant future. Huh? And have a great Easter Sunday as well when you wake up there in the northeast.
I need to make a stop somewhere, so be right back.
Sure. Northwest, actually. Thanks, Helga. The northwest of the USA is the UK. Goodness me, you see, I really am tired. Diva Dwarf, unless you've suddenly relocated and haven't told us, yes, you're still in the northwest, near Halifax, the town in England. Sleep well. Thanks a lot. So, Eric, how's your day been overall? Has it been a good, productive day?
Yeah, it's not been bad. I slept in. I kind of stayed up late. I went out to the campfire last night and then came back and smelled like burning wood. So I just watched a few YouTube videos, and then I guess it was probably about almost 2 when I drifted off to bed. So I woke up late and just been taking it easy today. Oh, right. A high five award from Vera.
Yeah, thank you.
Helga would say thank you.
Yeah, see, if you're on Haps, everyone, you can indeed support us and award us, and that's always appreciated, particularly for us broadcasters who end up, well, somewhere along the line, as I have been recently, heading out, going mobile, and I always remind people one of the first things is data, that 3G, 4G, 5G, when it arrives in your area, the 5G, that all certainly takes its toll on the wallet, shall we say. So thank you very much indeed, much appreciated. Every little helps, as a very big brand and grocery store supermarket in the UK always tells us as their tagline. Tesco's. Other brands are available.
But thanks for sitting in on the broadcast last night. It ended up being really amazing.
I just remember. Yeah. Now, who are we speaking with then? I'm just trying to remember. It was maiden name Bicker, wasn't it? Because I think it's
Donika.
Donika. Yeah. I wonder. Do you think she's around today? What do you think?
I don't know.
You know what? Just thank you for reminding me, because I wouldn't have remembered her name. It's the first time we've met in this space. But she's obviously, because she was reminding me about Bobby Bobby Bicker, who is an awesome artist and creative soul
It's her
in London
sister.
these days. Yes, exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you. Helga's back there. Let's bring you back. There we go. Yeah, and I was when she mentioned that. I mean, she was saying how she is from Albania. That was it. They're both from Albania, and if I remember rightly, Donika's been in the USA for quite some time, hasn't she? And she was saying how she's getting used to that colder weather as well. It was fascinating just listening to her because she's her profile. We said she's a mindful coach. No,
Yeah, mindful.
Yeah, she's into
mindfulness.
mindfulness, life
mindful.
coaching.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew it wasn't
Yeah.
life coaching. That was the point. Yeah, I mean, very similar thing, but it made all the difference. As you remember, I'm sure when I picked up on the fact that I'd read that very quickly on her profile, and I was like, "Whoa, this is something a bit more poignant, a bit more meaningful, and more fundamental." And yeah, it's brilliant. I like the way she was explaining that, and so much more to learn, definitely, from how all that sort of works. I'm definitely interested in that myself because, as she was saying, she will guide people in various ways. She's very well connected, isn't she? And enlightened. That's I think the term that was used as well. Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, it
Vera
was.
Van tells. Sorry, go on.
Oh,
Go ahead, Eric.
no, that's okay. Yeah, it was interesting because I had gotten information on her through Spirit, but I hadn't had that deja vu moment yet until last night when she came on my broadcast, and that's when I saw her in that white sweater and everything from one of my dreams, and I was just like, because I was sending her the invite, and I was just like, I think I've invited her before, but just there was like that magic tingle in the air last night, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna send it, and she came up, so it's kind of a, like I said last night, it was a dream come true because when she came up, I saw her as I saw in my dreams. So that, and I think we had well, when my daughter came to get me, I clicked back on there. There was 521 views at that point, and then today I got the notification that it went over 1,000. So thank you all for being a part of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was a good end of the
comments
week.
are saying, have you seen the comments? There's a little chat going on there. Eric Hypes from Takara saying, I have a notification that you said hello, but it's not showing in the comments. So that's weird. Can anyone else see the comment? I am just checking now. And that's interesting. It says here for some reason that the user, our friend, Eric Hypes, has been muted by a moderator, and this comment is only viewable by moderators. And if I view the comment, it says hello to Cara. That's interesting. So I certainly didn't intentionally mute any comments. And it also says here too, Eric sent back a comment about, thank you to Takara, but it was muted. So globally unhired, how about that? There you go. But maybe that's just a little quirk. There you go. And also just unhidden another one as well. So if you'd like to go back over the comments, people, you should see them now. Did you see something reappear as I pressed the button? Very, very strange that. Inadvertently pressed the button, possibly, but I don't think I did. I didn't click any buttons.
It pops up for half a second and then disappears. I
Very
don't
strange.
even have enough time to read the comments. Oh, that's interesting. Well, thank you all for commenting back. Yes, I'm able to see them all, so I don't know. Perhaps sometimes I don't get it, but I'm getting.
But if you look at the screen now, just to make double sure everyone can see that comment from Eric, even if it's in the chat, it's on the screen as well. Big hello to Takara. Awesome stuff. Yeah, I keep forgetting you're in Columbus there, Takara, which I'm very familiar with because a friend of mine is over there, and I'm kind of familiar with. Certainly the three cities: Columbus. There's always one I forget, and Cincinnati, And the third one in Ohio is Cleveland. There we go. Oh, give myself a pat on the back for that. So,
Doing better than me.
And
And they're
me.
right
well,
above
you,
me.
you remember? Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, sorry, Bob. I did hear the. I didn't mean to ignore them at all, Eric. But I heard the bowls earlier on, and now I hear them again as the clock just passes 15 minutes to midnight local time. Here we go. Every 15 minutes, I think we should hear them at least, if not every 11. What do you think? Yeah.
Yeah, every 11, yes. For whom the bell and there's 55 eyeballs upon us. So.
For whom the bell tolls, as you're just
For whom the bell tolls.
one of my favourite songs by the Bee Gees. Awesome track. Absolutely brilliant track, that one, yeah? You know it? Remember it?
I didn't realize the Bee Gees did it originally. I'll have to listen to that.
Well, there was a version of that track by the Bee Gees, and yeah.
I think I was quoting the Metallica version.
Right. Sure. I don't know many of their tracks. Not sort of, if you mentioned the name of them to me, I couldn't sort of suddenly think to myself, oh yes, I know how that tune goes. Probably, well, I am familiar with plenty of music when I listen to it, but often I'm like, I can't put the two and two together. Even though I play much music myself, and yeah, mobile DJing, well, that's a blast from the past and stuff. And we're going to be returning to that sort of thing in the not too distant future on here, definitely. Because a lot of people not so much recently, because I haven't really been talking about it much, but certainly, about 3 years ago, there was a few sessions where I was playing music online, and everyone was really loving it, particularly waking up while I was over here, at least anything between 5 and 8 hours in front of the USA, and people were waking up to some great toe-tapping music to get the day underway. We'll have to continue some of that soon.
Nothing like some good beats to get you moving.
I
like to
definitely
move it.
Yes. Do you like that sort of music, Helga? Sort of clubby dance music?
I like the music my sons make.
Which is what style?
Oh, different. My oldest son, most of the time, he's making house music. Yeah, I call it house, but and my other son, he makes music, and he's more of the black people music. So, but most of the time, I prefer music without words.
Music without words, is that called classical music by any chance?
Sometimes, but most of the time, meditation.
Instrumental?
Yes, instrumental, but not the loud heavy metal or no, it's not my not in this lifetime. And of course, South American music, salsa, merengue.
Yeah,
I'm thinking definitely of trying out broadcast myself, just a test run. Don't like to put myself out there in full view. It's a bit nerve-wracking. Wow. You should definitely try it, Vera.
No need to put yourself out in full view. You can absolutely start with audio only. And you know what? You've given me a perfect opportunity, Vera Van Leeuwen, to remind myself as well as...
Vera,
sorry?
Can I say something to her? What we can do is that you invite me, and then we just talk like we used to do, and then I know people follow me, and if I'm online, you will see that Eric will come and Des will come and Martin will come and Michael will come, and you will get used to it because here is a lot of love. Like in 5D, this is this goes a little bit more if you are open to that, and you have a lot of qualities. You read cards, you read energy, you work with animals energy. So Habs is the place to be. Vera van Leeuwen, come and let Habs see that from the Netherlands there are a lot of powerful women.
Right. Well, I was just going to say that we must remind people you can start with just audio only. You don't need to have your webcam on. And as I was about to say just before, very much I'm reminded of this new phenomenon that I think I mentioned in the last day or two. There's reason to, called Clubhouse. Everyone's mentioning it, particularly because it's becoming popular because all the celebrities are on there, which is not a reason to join a network and go crazy about it. It's if it works, if it has a place and it has a purpose and helps you to convey your message, and if you find it useful as a tool for your work. But don't just go there because everyone else is there like sheep, because Clubhouse, there has been something similar in the past, if it is still around, and I meant to actually type it into my browser. I could do now, I'm not going to, called Audio Boo. It was originally called, and then they put on the end of it the letter M and changed the branding to Audio Boom. And that was, it was ahead of its time. And as I say, it's still around, still is in a way, because you could either go online like this and leave an audio message on a timeline for people to listen to, a bit like a blog, an audio blog, or you could link it up to your cell phone, mobile phone, and call in from wherever you were on your device and leave a message as well. And that was pretty powerful in its time and day. So yeah, this thing with Clubhouse and podcasting audio, it's nothing new, but I can see it has a great place in social media. But you've been able to have audio only for a long time. Even YouTube, yeah, if you don't want to put something on the video side of YouTube, so you can just have a blank screen or some sort of just moving image on there, so that it isn't blank, and just record your audio and stick it out there for people to listen to. My last name is Van Leeuwen, is Von Lyons in English. Okay. It says Vera Van Lyons.
Yes.
See what I did there? So yeah.
Could we invite her so that she
Why
can
not?
introduce herself?
Should
Eric
we do that? Could
knows
we do
her.
that? She's been
Eric, you
invited
remember
already.
Vera?
Yeah. If you'd like to come up here on the podcast,
I don't
please
know.
do.
I might know her if I see her.
Yeah.
I'm better with faces.
And this comment that's about to head on our screens now, Helga, is regarding what you were saying about you broadcasting with Vera. So yeah,
Yeah,
the
I have
invite's out
also
there.
another one who I introduced Habs to, and she's also from the Netherlands. And yesterday I wanted to go live with her, but something on her laptop or cell phone didn't want her to go live with me.
Yes, the
So
energy wasn't quite right there, huh?
yeah,
Well, there's always a reason.
yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
somebody's cranking up the old technology there. Just the
Yep.
wheels. Just so do
I
join
think she
us.
was on a cell phone.
Sure.
She's used to being on a webcam and in a chat room with voice, so this won't be strange for her.
Good. I just want to remind people as well that there should be no expectations when you do go live at the beginning.
Yes.
I was listening to a chat the other day, and I mentioned this again. It was probably about 3 or 4 days ago. I heard this chat, not for the first time. This sort of topic, and no one really mentioned something that I have since mentioned online, possibly yesterday in one of my broadcasts, which is that the best way to go live is to keep it in your mind that you're going to be live for a short amount of time. And as time goes on, the more you do, the longer these broadcasts can be, the more comfortable you are with what you're doing. But just go live, say to yourself, say for a couple of minutes, 2 minutes, 11 seconds, let's just say, as an example. And in that time, you want a few bullet points about what you're going to say. But what you want to make sure of is that you say some points that don't necessarily need a reaction. And so you can tell everyone about yourself, introduce yourself, why you've decided to go live, who you are in terms of maybe professionally, what you do to earn a living, as well as what you'd like to do in that space with that live video and build that community. You can mention a bit about where you live, obviously not the building number and the street, but certainly the town maybe, if not the city or the country, and a bit about general things like that really, and maybe a few things about what you like to do hobby wise. And before you know it, you'll be on for 5 minutes and 11 seconds, not 2:11, and don't expect anyone to join that first broadcast. It's a bit like when a radio station begins for the first time. No one is tuned into it if it just starts at midday on a Sunday, summer 2021. No one's going to listen at that moment. But of course, if it's been on air for, say, an hour or two, people will be tuning around, and then they'll catch that radio station and think to themselves at that moment, oh, I like this. And they'll stay with it for a few minutes, and they'll stay with it a little longer because they like it even more. Then they'll start following it and making a note of that station. That's my station. In the same way, they'll do the same for you. So that's my advice to people anyway, and to you out there, guys and girls. And don't hesitate. I mean, also, Vera was saying just before, the actual comment was, I am thinking of trying out a broadcast myself, just a test run. And don't worry, we've all been there, but we can think about things too much. Just do it, as our wonderful brand and friends at Nike once said. Just do it, and it will happen. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you, Martin. It is.
Good stuff. Oh, we've got a couple more comments. Slow computer stuff. You want to stick your computer on the back of a Ferrari and drive it along the freeway, and then it'll be faster, that's for sure. And thank you for that, Takara. The good advice there. Lovely. Glad it's helped. Spread the word, please do. Awesome. Right.
Oh, you should tell everybody what you found out about the bell.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I've yet to do a broadcast, and I'll probably be saying that for the next 11 days. But until I get around to doing it. But yeah, absolutely. If you are following someone on Haps, on the Haps.tv platform, you might not be, because when you follow someone, from my experience, when you hit the follow button, you are following, but only when they go live, because broadcasters that have been on here for a while, they can post in a number of ways. They can go live with video. They can post a picture, an image. They can just post some text and a message, or they can post a pre-recorded video. And I found that if I was posting, I tested a few times, and if I was posting, people weren't receiving my notifications that I was posting on my timeline. They only received a notification when I went live. And it turned out that when you followed me, by default, you're only following, as I said, my live videos. But there is an option. if you go back into that person's profile that you're following, there's a bell next to where it says that you're subscribed to them. And there are two other options other than what was the default that I've noticed of just following when they go live. There's also an option on there to never follow or never be alerted to when they're doing anything or there's any activity on their timeline. But the third option is to be alerted whenever there's any type of activity on their timeline. And I'm not sure that a lot of people are aware of that. So again, do check your favorites out there that you're following and make sure that you're following in the right way. So once again, I've just got to remind myself, but if we head over to someone's profile, let me see, head to the profile and just bear with me. Once you head over to the profile of the person you have been following or want to follow, there is a bell on there. And if you click the bell, there are three options, as I say, that's it. And it says on there, you'll receive an alert in your activity drawer. Either never, only when that person goes live, or whenever the person posts anything. And you can have push notifications or you can be notified via email. So, yeah, there's a few sections. People might not be aware of that. And, yeah, go check it out. Hi on computer now, says Vera. Awesome.
Vera, hoor je mij?
Excellent. So, what was that, Helga?
Yes, I'm going to talk in English. Vera. Dutch, I mean. Vera.
Yes.
Oké. Ik hoor je, welkom. Ik hoor je heel zwaar ademen.
Zo beter?
Yes. Oké.
Okay.
Thank you. Welcome, honey bunny.
Hi.
Would you like to introduce yourself, please?
Hi, my name is Vera van Leeuwen. That's a Dutch pronunciation. I'm pretty spiritual. I have a dog, 1 cat, and 2 guinea pigs. And this is the first time I'm on HAPS. And a little bit nervous.
I know,
Don't
honey.
be nervous.
You don't have to be nervous. We are here. You know me, you know Desiree, you know Eric. So it's a little bit like home.
Yeah.
So relax.
It's okay. I won't be able to stay on long because I promised him I'll walk him, but it can be late a little.
It's okay. I just wanted you to be able to come in a live broadcast and
Yeah, sure.
share who you are. And yes, she's also an intuitive card reader. So it's also in the line what we are and what we do. So
It's very good to hear your voice and your native accent there.
Yeah, and how does this work? Do I have to click on something to be present or something?
we see you already.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a little bit different than Zoom.
Yep.
But you will find out that it's not that hard. If I can do it, you can do it. And you know me with computers.
Well, I'm going to do something scary tomorrow, so.
What? Do you want to share it?
Well, with the Sunday readings with Ali,
Oh, okay.
I'm going to be the lead reader.
Holy moly. Oh, where? On YouTube or on Facebook?
Well, she usually goes live on Facebook unless it gives trouble, then it's on YouTube.
Okay. Send me a notification on WhatsApp when you are going live. Yeah?
We'll be at 8:30 our time.
Okay, thank you. Then I'm going to watch you.
I know I can do it, but yeah. Sometimes the translation or what I get
Yes, yes,
is a bit difficult because when you're Dutch, you do the readings in English.
yes. And
That can be daunting.
even the communication sometimes, because we pronounce ourselves in a way different way.
Yeah.
And when you speak another language like English right now, sometimes you have to go deep to find the right words.
Sometimes I just use the translation to get the right word.
Oh no, I never search Google for that. I trust that what I need to say doesn't matter if it is in banana English, they will understand.
Well, he's joined, so.
Alrighty. So, Martin, you can take over. Sorry that I took your show in my hands.
We are one.
Yes.
This is our
Thank you.
show.
Yes. Oh,
It's true.
that's
It
true.
wouldn't work if I was here alone,
Yeah.
speaking to myself, which is why I have to have many faces and many voices and many usernames as well.
Yes.
That's it, you see. And here I am, all four of me. We haven't introduced Desiree yet. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, people previously watching our broadcasts may have seen her, heard her, and even followed. But hello, Desiree. Welcome to this broadcast. Thanks for joining.
Hi. Sorry, I have a screaming
Hi.
kid in the background because she's upset at me. So if you hear that, I don't have a kid trapped in a room for nothing. Or she trapped herself. She locked herself in a room.
Sure thing. I just wanted to confirm, Vera, we're quite happy for you to stay with us. Are you happy to, as I say, you can stay in this broadcast or head off whenever you like, and please feel comfortable here too. You'd rather just stay with audio on here at the moment, is that right? Yeah.
Well, I'm okay with the camera. I'm okay.
Are you? Okay.
Yeah, but doing it on my own is a bit daunting.
Shall we do this, Helga?
Yes.
Space number 5. Here we go then. Why not? Okay, lovely. No, it's daunting. It's an interesting. There you are. Hello to you. It's daunting. Would you suggest? I mean, do you know why? Because some people have that little sense of apprehension and they're not too sure why. An example for me is a lot of people don't like to like be on camera if you're filming or taking a photograph, but yet they might be a shop owner.
Mhm.
And they never know who's going to open the door any day of the week and walk into their shop. And they have to be prepared for anyone between 9 and 5 or whenever they're open. So I find that fascinating myself. And I kind of understand there are differences, but you understand what I'm saying, you know? There you are. Anyone could walk in. Someone you know, someone you don't know, someone... yeah. So, but and the same online. So, any ideas why you think there might be a bit of apprehension there when you're broadcasting on your own?
Well, I am a little bit of an introvert, and when I want to do a broadcast on my own, I would love to try to practice my readings. So that's a double challenge. And for that, you need people that join or want a reading. So you put yourself out there in a pretty sensitive way.
Yes. This is what we were saying before. You never know who's going to join you. And that's why possibly the way to start is, as I was saying, sort of have a backup plan, which would be more some points that you want people to know about yourself and what you're trying to do and will be doing. And that can be it for that broadcast. And what you can do, obviously, is be prepared and aware that someone may join you. And if they do, then you can extend it and ensure that you put time aside for that to happen if it can and is necessary. And then you can have people reading if they do turn up. If they don't, nothing lost on that particular broadcast.
Well, the thing is, I need to get the what I can do and who I am on paper. Say for the readings, I'm an out of the box reader. I can't use the system of tarot or anything. It's more, I'm a sensor, and the strength is perception, and that can be on any level. That can be with humans. It can be with animals. It's how you. The way I've always had a completely different outlook on anything that's in my life, on ideas, and I see the things totally different.
Sure. Interesting.
I cannot think of an example right now, but
Oops, I just wanted to ask you, can you give us an example, please? You already answered it.
Well, say a thing. Sometimes when I walk around with my dog, I meet a little doggy that is all over me. Well, everyone understands that you can sense or feel or hear what a doggy wants to tell. So I sometimes tell a little story, and then you see the owner think, and I didn't think of that. Well, this isn't true, or that the doggy just wants to be more acknowledged or something. For example, doesn't like the collar around the neck and prefers a harness because it's hurtful. And in that way you can help the little doggy. And when I'm done and the owner understands what I've been trying to tell, then the little doggy walks up to me. Oh, they're not allowed to kiss anyone on the face. I said, well, I gave him the permission, because that little kiss in my face or on my nose lets me know that dog is happy what I told him. And on humans, I'm also a little bit more like, when you have hidden emotions, you don't want them put out, because you have a big smile, but inside you're hurting. I usually get those tears out, because every tear you let run out of your body makes room for more love.
Wholeness.
Yep.
Healing.
And some people hate me for it, because I always get something from deep within on the surface. And I use the cards as well. You have those trigger words that you say something and something comes up. Well, I can use the cards for that, and mostly oracle cards. And I'm starting also. I've been training some channeling also. And even and that was the first time I did that a loved one talked, or just a spirit talked, used my voice box to talk, and I was listening to my own voice and I didn't recognize it.
Yeah.
Would you like to do a collective reading to show everybody?
Wait a minute. Yeah, I will use this one. Work your light as for a message for the collective.
All right.
Okay.
let's see what they say about the situation at this moment.
Yes.
Brilliant.
Okay. They wanna answer something. Sometimes they fly just okay. I feel this one. I think that's a very beautiful one. About the current situation, the card fell out that's called mirror.
Mm-hmm.
And it says under it, who or what is triggering you? And I strongly feel that all the things that are going on, sometimes you hear something in the news and you get angry or nervous or whatever. What is the reason that what you hear or what you see is triggering your emotions? And I feel that's a part of you that needs to be healed. And there's a lot of going on in the collective. And I think one of the things, look at it of what is the trigger that makes you emotional, or because it can be healed. When you know what it is, you can heal it. So you don't have to be angry when someone tells you, oh, you're so dumb, the things you usually hear. And why does that trigger you? So that whole small thing, I like this one, and that says it's about the collective. And I feel I need another one to it. And that's a big one. It says, don't dim to fit in. When you're feeling you have the light in you, why should you dim your light to fit in what everyone else is doing? You are your own person. And right now, with all that's going on, with all the restrictions, and everyone, oh, I'm not going to do that because of this and this. Be yourself. And I think that's a very important one. Be yourself no matter what. Don't hold back. Don't make yourself small. Because other people don't believe what you feel and believe.
Perfect.
Thank you.
You're
That's
welcome.
a
Thank
very, such a, fundamental point you mentioned there, ultimately, which is don't be a sheep, which I mentioned earlier on, literally in the same words.
And I didn't see the beginning.
Right. But just, in general, a lot of us do feel that need to fit in. We need to, because everyone else is doing it, so we must do the same thing. But you look around you and realize that often the innovators are the ones who have taken a risk. I'm thinking, in that moment, I was thinking things like with Silicon Valley. I mean, how many people, would have suggested that certain technologies, Jeff Bezos, for example, let's cut straight to that, Amazon. I mean, selling books online, how many months and years did he have to work at that to convince people there's something in it? I mean, even these days, when I speak to all the stores before pandemic and obviously now during, they're all complaining that business could be better. Well, then, stop hesitating about starting online and put it out there, your message, how you can help people and connect with a potential new audience and do something different. And just because the people right now around you aren't necessarily encouraging you, and often they can be even advising you against doing something. And obviously, friends, close family have your best interests. I'd like to think there, but sometimes risk is necessary, and doing it a different way, certainly when it's something new and hasn't been done or tried, what have you got to lose often? You don't try, you never know. So yeah.
Oh, I've been asking myself and my guides.
Mm-hmm.
I need another way to put myself out there.
Mm-hmm.
I know through Facebook, it's my private Facebook account. I have friends that do not believe in what I do. So
Right.
you cannot. I could go live on my timeline,
Mm-hmm.
and I will have no viewers at all.
Right.
So
Well, the best-
yeah.
As again, an analogy which many of us have heard before is you can go fishing, with a fishing line, fishing rod, or you can go out there with a big net, cast it out there, and you never know, what you're going to collect and recover when you've drawn that net in. But yeah, and again, our friends, we haven't always got 100% in common with the people we're connected to at that moment. So here we are now with new people, and welcome to where we are right now on this broadcast is where I'm obviously alluding to, and the possibilities are endless now. Now you've joined us, and when you initiate your own broadcasts, which I hope they're going to continue now, how regularly do you think you're going to be broadcasting? Daily, every other day, or what's the consistency going to be like?
To start off, I'll at least once a week.
Okay.
And gradually build it up to probably more, the more confident I get. Because on my profile, you have to put in a job description.
Mm-hmm.
I said, what? I don't have a job. I don't work. Well, my job at this moment is training my spiritual abilities. And that applies on so many things.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'm still looking for how to name it, what I'm doing.
Well, you can just state just that's what your work is, and then you can do maybe 3 broadcasts a week. That's how many I do. I join other people's broadcasts, but that way I don't kind of stretch myself too thin, and then just talk about the things that you are doing. That way people get familiar with what you're doing as you work on yourself, and then they become familiar with what they can come to you for help and guidance in.
Absolutely.
Donika, subscribe.
All right. There you go. To your channel there, Eric.
For you, subscribe to your channel.
Oh. Are you sure about that?
Didn't you ask earlier if she would come?
Oh, yes, I did invite her into the broadcast, but Eric's saying that she's subscribed to a channel.
Oh, I thought you asked earlier if she would be available.
Oh, I did, and hopefully she's aware. No, I've just seen she's in the chat. Sorry, so I'm a little confused now. I thought Eric just said that Donika Gunter she's subscribed, and
yes.
Yeah, and oh, right, but who are you? Because I can see her in the chat now, and there can everyone else as well on Vision there. That's good. Before I forget though, I'll come back to that. Not far from it. Not wanting to dodge the topic. Greetings, by the way, Donika. Please do join us. You should have an invite if you wish to do so. If you can't, then certainly thanks for the acknowledgement that you're with us in the chat. I just wanted to return to Vera briefly and say, if no one else is, I'm certainly intrigued that you have a couple of friends there to certainly support your broadcasts.
Absolutely. They are also Yeah, my guide in the flesh.
Okay, could you introduce us, perhaps?
Well, this red tabby who just walks into the view, her spiritual name is Miss Charmingly. And yes, she talks big time. And her original name is, but English people cannot pronounce it, is Buffy.
Buffy.
And
Buffy.
she gets very annoyed when English people say Buffy.
Buffy.
Right.
Yep, Buffy. Yep, it's Buffy.
Buffy.
Yep.
It's a bit like the dare I say the bœuf bourguignon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, Buffy.
Well, and that's my. Well, can you please get out of the view so he can also be in the picture? And that's my big boy Benji. 100 lbs Bernese Mountain Dog. He's 10 years old at the moment.
Ah. Benji.
You've got your hands full there, then, certainly.
Yep, and then 2 guinea pigs. Well, they're in their cage in the living room, so that's a bit difficult. They're not. Before I got them, they weren't handled the right way.
Right.
So they're a little bit scared of the hand. So if I pick them up, it's a bit too stressful.
Okay. Thanks for introducing us to them, and I'm sure people will certainly be interested when you go live yourself to get to know them a little bit more.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
Hello, Lindsay Love.
And this is something she does not like as much. She doesn't like to be picked up, but at the moment, well, she's half on the desk.
Well, she knows that a lot of people are watching now, and it's her moment. You see.
Yep. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Spotlight moment.
Yep. She knows when to come in, and she's going to be 14 in June.
Okay.
So.
That's a hefty number for a cat. 14.
Yep.
Yeah. She's got a bit of experience on this planet, that's for sure.
Oh. Her nail got caught in my sweater.
Ah.
Yeah. You heard her. That's her answer. Yeah. And that's yes. Can I continue, or do I have to mute?
Oh, you definitely don't have to mute. I think we'll all be, yes, definitely hearing that audio and trying to decipher the purrs and the meows.
Yeah, well, sometimes she doesn't stop, and then I'll have to mute, and then she'll stop.
Hello, Buffy. Want to say anything else, perhaps? No? No, at the moment, she's looking like she wants to sharpen a pencil or two, hey? Maybe not.
Yeah.
Move swiftly on from that one. From the angle of the camera.
Oh, she's taking a bite to eat now.
Excellent.
She had her moment.
Well, the dog has a little nap. Awesome.
Well, this is a little bit of an attitude like, well, Mommy, you promised me about 20 minutes ago that after you ate your sandwich, that we would go out.
Right. Yeah, I was going to say, but it might be a bit tricky now, but sort of 1:30 a.m. local time for you.
Yep.
It's a little late there, yeah.
It's okay.
Lindsay Love, thank you for joining us, and welcome to the broadcast.
And I'm gonna sign off so I can take him outside.
Well, listen, again, lovely for you, for you and of you to join us. Hopefully that's given you, people out there certainly an insight into what you're planning on enlightening them about, shall we say. I think it's going to be fascinating times, Vera.
Yeah, well, this certainly helps. Sometimes you
Good.
need a jumping board.
Good. That's what we're here for. All of us, for each other, to help. I always say that. Everyone that I know in this room here is always saying that. Yeah. I mean, Helga does remind us often we are one, but yeah, there's nothing like supporting one another. And you know what? Without belittling it in any way, it's not the most difficult thing to do. You know. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't want to go off on too much of a tangent, but where we are at the moment in this mortal existence, 2021 pandemic, and so many people just forgetting their neighbours. When all you need to do is on your way out. Okay, you might be in a hurry. Okay, so leave 5 minutes early. Knock on the door, even if you know and you tell yourself, "Oh, they're not going to want anything from the stores while I'm there." Knock on the door. Ask them. Let them tell you that. Don't be the one to answer for them, particularly if they're elderly. On their own and vulnerable, etc., etc. So yeah,
because I don't wear a mask.
Right
In the stores, and sometimes you see people. Oh, their eyes are. Oh my god! I'm in big danger.
Mm-hmm.
And other people, they look at you and they say, and I give them a nice smile. Good morning, good evening, or whatever. And you see, even though they have the mask, their face light up.
Yeah. That's a difficult one over here because masks at the moment. Well, you have to wear them in the stores, and a lot of stores have sort of decided now that if there's no mask,
I have an extend pass.
Understood. Yeah, that's the same here, of course. Certainly in England, and I understand. Right, I see what you're saying. Right. Well, thank you for clarifying that. I'm going to let you go unless you just wanted to say anything else. I know you said you need to go, so yeah, that's just helping you exit. But yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, I'm going to have a not such a great walk because he'll tell me he's angry.
Sure.
Well, go.
Well, again, lovely to
Love
meet
you, Vera.
Thank you very much for joining us. And please, everyone, do certainly follow Vera. You know where she is now. You've seen her on the broadcast. And I think you'll be glad of one another's company. And yeah, some interesting times ahead, as I say. Thanks for joining us, all three of you there in...
Thank you.
Thank
you for allowing me to join, and love you all.
Love you.
Speak to you soon. Stay safe.
I won't be I won't disappear. I'll be on more.
Okay.
That is the right answer.
Yeah.
Correct. Stay safe. Thanks very much, and have a good night where you are. Lovely.
Thank
that
you.
was good.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye.
There we go.
That's good.
Jesus.
Now she knows how things go and how it feels.
That's more the case. The last thing you said there, because I think she knows. Sort of, she's seen it all before, but just doing it is another thing. And when you do, of course, if not hours later, handful of days later, you're saying to yourself, "Why on earth didn't I do this sooner?" It was something I should have done long time ago.
Well, for me, it was helpful that Des and Eric were already here.
Right.
So I joined them. Each time I joined them, and before we started Habs, we already were in contact. So.
All right. Good. You mentioned someone there, Desiree.
Yeah.
Oh, I think she might be possibly muted at the moment. You see here, it doesn't say she's muted herself, and I certainly haven't muted her audio. Or is she talking to us and trying to get a reaction?
Sorry, yeah, my kids are split right now.
No, that's interesting. Because can you see that she's muted when she's muted?
No.
Helga? No. And Eric?
No.
No, thank you. See, so it's not me. It's this wonderful app.
Oh, by the way.
Yes.
Des, can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay. I muted myself because she's loud.
There's usually a notification here when you do, but it's not working at the moment. It's another glitch on this platform.
Yeah.
No, I think she just muted her microphone.
Oh, I see. Good point,
Well,
Eric.
plus I'm blurry too, I think.
You've been like that for some time. I'm assuming that there's a couple of reasons why that might be. It might be because, as I can see, your digital device is in a portrait mode, even though we're broadcasting in landscape. That could be one reason, because what it tends to do is it zooms in on what you're giving us in order to make it landscape. So, yeah, and that's something they need to work on at apps as well, because there's plenty of apps out there. There you go. You see,
Wow.
much better. You see,
Wow.
now there are plenty of apps out. You've just highlighted something indirectly there, Desiree, which I'm really, as a techie person, I'm not happy with it. Let's put it like that. Which is very simple. There are plenty of apps out there where you can hold your digital device in a portrait mode, but when you select landscape, you don't need to turn it to broadcast landscape. You can still hold it that way, and it really helps, because if you're walking along, for example, out mobile, out and about, you don't want to be holding your device like this the whole time, and it really is much easier holding it like that. But anyhow, yeah. Oh,
Am I clear now?
Yes.
perfectly clear.
You're crystal clear.
Goodness me,
Wow.
you can't even compare the two. So that's what it was. Do we agree on that? I think that's what you've done. You've turned your device around, have you? Or
Wow.
no, you. I'm not sure now. I'm confused. What did you do there to make this happen, Desiree?
I turned it
She
to the
turned it.
side.
You did. Okay, fine. Now
Yeah.
you see the problem I've got here as a producer, broadcaster, along with everyone else joining. I think they'll see that, as far as we can tell, your device has not been turned. Although we can see in vision on the main screen, Eric, you can see that Desiree there in the side there on preview, it's still showing as being
blurry.
portrait. Yeah, exactly. So, Haps, please get your SH1T together. I thank you.
Monica is in the room.
Yeah, absolutely. I just noticed. I'm going to bring her in without hesitation. She's about to join us right now.
Hi, Donica.
Hi.
Hello to you.
Hello.
Oh, Donica.
Hi
Welcome.
guys, how you doing?
Doing good.
Good.
So how was everything today? Anything that I missed it?
Well, I introduced a friend of mine here in the Netherlands. I introduced her here on Habs, and she just left.
Oh, okay.
And she's also an help me, Eric. What's the word? Intuitive.
Intuitive.
Oh, intuitive.
Yes, with animals and with spirit. And,
Good.
so she joined the club.
Yeah, just wanted to say, how is Martin doing? Thank you for inviting me, Martin. And
Oh, well,
hi.
thanks for joining us. And yeah, it was such a fascinating talk you were having with everyone almost 24 hours ago. We mentioned this earlier on in this broadcast, I think myself and Eric, and yeah, fascinating. So I was just listening towards the end of the broadcast. There's so much to learn, but yeah, it's been a very good 24 hours since I was last here, approximately. Productive and yeah, good times, good energy. Certainly in this broadcast again, yeah. But actually, what I didn't mention earlier on, and I'll disclose now, is that last night I was so tired after the broadcast, and I've had a few days like that, only because things are just great here. And I actually told myself towards the beginning of the past week that I've got to start waking earlier and heading for some rest a little earlier, but that just hasn't worked out that way because of the time zone differences and the fact that Eric and Helga have been broadcasting, well, late for me, but it's compelling and so positive that I've had to join. Basically, I've chosen to join for about 3 evenings, and so I knew it would catch up with me, and it did, because I didn't wake up today. Well, no, actually, it's now Sunday. It's gone midnight, but Saturday I woke up. It was something like 11. What actually was, Eric? I just realised what I said. I was going to say it's about 11 a.m. if not 11ish or something.
But 11 is message from angels for you. If it was 11:11.
Oh well, there you go. But
11 is a very powerful message from angels. If you see that, that is one of the strongest number.
Well, I am a number 11 in terms of date of birth. I'm a 22 when it comes to numbers overall, and so this master number stuff when it comes to numerology, it's in my life a lot. My cell phone number digits up to, I think it's 22, if not 11. Same with the landline. What happened as well? It was very, very freaky. I was heading up. That was it, to purchase a vehicle a handful of weeks ago, and it's just, without looking for this stuff, it just happens. I had to take a train. What platform was it? Platform 11. No joke. Out of all the multiple platforms, platform 11. And something happened, as it is yesterday now, because it's gone midnight, as I say, April the 3rd, Saturday, that it was also just bizarre stuff happening, as I say, without even trying.
New journey. You just started new journey, and you are excited about this journey you have started, but you're still holding back a little bit from the past, because the 10 is the close of the cycle, and starting 11 is good. So whenever you holding back, don't I call that a book bag, then you carry full, or backpack full of rocks, then you don't need, so empty and filled with feathers. So you start the new journey light, and write it down. What you need for this new journey is exactly what you want, and is adding you values. So your energy is really low. I can feel you miles away. So you not eating good, you're not sleeping well, and you're not moving. So you have to do 3 of those. Make it as a goal for next week, because even angels, you didn't say that without purpose. You said because I have to explain to you what is it. So you have to take care of your body, mind, and soul. You have to eat healthy, drink plenty of water, sleep, go a little bit in the nature, even 10 minutes, and put like high vibration music before you go to sleep, 10 minutes, because you are so overloaded in your head, is like bunched up all the information. So break it down. Like we get constipated with your body, so is your mind is constipated, so much information. So break it down step by step, so you can breathe and have energy, because you have low your energy, and it's nothing, energy and vibration. And what happened, you have a breakdown after. It can be like, you can be upset, you can go drink little, do something. So raise your vibration.
Fascinating feedback and reading there, for want of better words. Yeah, thanks for that.
I like that. Empty your bag of rocks and fill it with feathers. That was great.
Yes.
Yeah. Interesting. There's plenty going on here, that's for sure.
Yeah, I have all day. My daughter is far away from here in college. She so 12, 222, 202, 212, all day twos. I said, honey, because it's union. You are far and I am here. And so we think about each other, is good. I was like, pay attention to numbers. Numbers are very, very important. And if you want to know more, just go Google and what is the spiritual meaning of 1111. So you can see in a deep, understanding of that. Feathers, birds around the house. When you listen music, then you're thinking about music. People call you, if you are thinking and they call you. They are angels saying hello to you. So don't take it slightly.
Wow.
Yeah.
I see always 144.
Who said you support President Trump?
Oh.
I don't do politics. Angels don't know politics.
And if anybody supports any political thing, why does it even matter to ask anybody's political stance on anything when it just gets ruffled feathers in the first place?
Can I just jump in there? I wouldn't normally put that comment on the screen, but I felt it was appropriate in as much as it was so open. I mean, we all support each other, so sure we support President Trump. You know, I mean, we're there for him if he needs us. Just give us a call, join the broadcast. You're more than welcome. Get on the chat. We'll invite you. So if that's what you're talking about, Daddy Gang, and not trying to be clever, then I'm perfectly with you there. I mean, we support Trump, Biden, Obama, Tony Blair. I mention him because everyone knows his name a little bit more than the current clown we have here. I did say that, yes, but Boris Johnson. So yeah, we all support one another here. And if you'd like to join us as well, absolutely, please stay here. Don't forget to share, like, and follow. We'd love to help support you and have
You
you.
know, I want to go to the point that
Yes.
Daddy Gang, as a black man, I love President Trump. Well, as a black woman in this lifetime, as I already said many, 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 many times, and I will say it again, the color is not what you are. Only if you want it.
Yeah, it's quite concerning when we're talking on that level, isn't it? I think there's far more that we can highlight an individual for other than.
There is definitely more, because I feel the pain, because if I want to go back into that personality or victimhood, even though those things really happen, we go beyond that. And that is my message. Please stop with, I'm a black man, you're a white man, you're a Buddhist, you're a Christian. We are all one. We are human.
And I'm sorry that I came off so brass, so harsh about that. It's just sometimes when we talk about political stuff and even the vaccines and all this controversial stuff, it just, just too much.
No, Colin, this is
personally,
not a political broadcast. It was just a question.
So I'm sorry.
And we are not going into that today.
I can only speak for myself regarding the vaccine. So, yeah, I've yet to take the vaccine. But thank you for asking, Daddy Gang. Would you like to join the broadcast, possibly, on camera and audibly?
Donika, what did you say about the vaccine?
I did have the first one. On the 23rd, I'm going to have the second.
Okay.
I am teacher. I work with kids and, just to be precaution about everything.
Right. Apparently, though, Daddy Gang's had the vaccine, so there you are. I know it has a few side effects for some individuals, so I'll leave that there.
Eric.
Yeah, my side effect for vaccine was my daughter and I did it the same time. She didn't have any symptoms. She was okay. I had a little bit fever and headache the very first day. The second day, my arm hurt a little bit, and after that, I was okay. But I have some rash on my face, little bit like little pimples, just on my dimples, and that's it. It disappeared. But I was like, just drink plenty of water, and if you have headache, go between Tylenol and ibuprofen, because it's only 24 to 48 hours. Like every other vaccine, every vaccine has some symptoms. I did Moderna, Modern, whatever it's called that. I didn't do Pfizer or Johnson & Johnson. My daughter did Pfizer. She's okay. We both are okay. So.
Eric's just leaving the broadcast at the moment, but he shall be back. So rest assured, Eric Hype's fans, he will be returning in this broadcast.
I rather don't give my opinion anymore about the vaccine. Everyone has their own choice, opinion, and I keep mine to myself. I made a small live broadcast about vaccines. So if you want to know my opinion, just go back and listen to it.
Yeah, I was skeptic, but I did it. They don't have different Moderna, and I did. It was okay.
Good.
So protect yourself. Here, where I am, people most of the time go out in the bar, sometimes with mask, sometimes without mask, and
I don't wear a mask.
yeah, it depends. If you have good immune system and you take precaution, use a hand sanitizer, and you are healthy, usually
You know, the hand sanitizer, there is poison inside of it.
well, you
It
can do
goes
your
through
own.
your, yeah, of course. But you know, if they tell me the whole year that this thing is a deadly virus, it goes into our mind and it changes everything. And everything is based on fear. I just talk about my view. I'm not a doctor, I'm not a scientist, but I have took my time from the moment this pandemic came into our lives, because this is something that happened to all of us all over the world. And there is so much contradiction, and even in my country here in Holland, there are a collective of doctors in different areas, specialists and everything. They sued the government about the COVID because they have proof. And I don't think that it is only in my country that those things are happening, but you don't hear it on the mainstream media. So, you know, the main thing is I know I'm here for a period, and I came and I will leave this planet, and it doesn't matter what time it will be, because whew, even the vaccine is something that put us humans against each other our whole life in every area.
I think my opinion is we get more poison holding our phone in our hands because it's so much energy in there than having a vaccine. But our body is so immune to overcome everything. So they've done researches and everything. My sister is doctor, so she did it too, and she said, "Do not do it because it's precaution, And next in 2 years, something else will come up." And something else. This is how it has been. So I want to eat healthy and I want to do it. Everybody has their own opinion, and I'm not here to judge. I just want to be healthy and live longer.
Yeah.
Eric, can you share your Or do I ask too much?
Colin says, "Are your comments not making the trip? How is everyone?" I'm not sure what that means.
I'm good. How are you
Are
today?
my comments not making the trip? I just excused myself, so I just got back. I'm doing good, Colin. I see your comment 6 minutes ago. I'm doing good. I'm doing pretty good. I was up late last night. My daughter came and got me off the live that we were all in last night, where Donika joined us, and so I stayed up probably a little bit later than I wanted to, but I got some good time with my daughter, and then I slept in today. Donika was saying, "You want to make sure you get your rest," and I'm doing my best to get enough water, but I'm still struggling to get that enough water. I'm doing pretty good. Helga asked, excellent. Did you sit around the campfire? I did. Which this is the first year I'm able to actually even sit around the camp. Well, last year was, but to really be around the campfire, because it would cause me issues with the smell. It would really. So I was able to go to sleep last night smelling like a campfire. So I was grateful for that, though. Helga was asking my views on the. Are you asking on the COVID, the vaccine, everything? Yeah, for me, like everyone else is saying here, I can only speak for myself. So for me, I'm still healing, so I don't get out in the public as much as everyone else. But for me, the dialogue that Spirit's been having with me has showed me when I'm going to come into contact with danger and how to clear my path. And sometimes there's no avoiding the danger. Like the other week, I wrecked my dirt bike. So some things kind of have to happen. They're like a predestined thing to allow our energy to expand and accept certain things. I was given certain information about COVID before it happened through Spirit. So, and just because of the things that I've gotten for Spirit for a long time, I don't trust a lot of the narratives, and I didn't vaccinate my daughter because I've followed the vaccination research for many years through. I'm gonna forget his name now, but Kennedy Jr. No, John F. Kennedy's brother, something Jr. He was an environmentalist lawyer, and then the women that were having a lot of problems with the vaccines 20 years ago came in to talk about that and convinced him. He didn't really initially want to do it, but convinced him to, since he was doing such a good job for the environmental subjects in the law, they convinced him to come over and really just start researching the vaccines. And so he has gone through the research a lot, and I really value his research and everything that he's talked about. I don't remember everything to quote it, but there's just the numbers I feel like speak for themselves as far as like the rise in a lot of the issues that have come up for kids, the amount of vaccines that the kids are given, and when you look at the vaccines themselves, in 1984 they were going to stop producing vaccines because they couldn't do it anymore, because they couldn't make any money. They were going bankrupt. And so they made a deal with the government, and the government allowed them to have immunity so that they couldn't be sued. And so for me, I've got to follow Spirit every time. So Spirit told me to, stay in contact with Spirit, and I should be able to maintain my health, heal from the things that I have been suffering from, and I don't know where the future is going with all this, but I do see the divide. I don't want there to be a divide, but I respect everybody for their decisions, and I just have to do my own. So, yeah, that's where I'm at, Helga.
Thank you.
But most of the people around me have gotten their vaccines. My mother, I was told by Spirit, would get COVID, and Spirit kind of sat me down and was like, do you want to live in fear, or do you want to participate? A lot of these things are your choices. And I was like, well, I definitely don't want to get COVID. And apparently, the way it worked out, I was up there probably the day or two before she got her diagnosis, and I specifically remember, like, there was some family things going on, and I felt like I really needed to give my mother a kiss. And I went over to her, and I bent over and I kissed her on the third eye, on the forehead, and I had this distinct awareness, like when I was walking to give her that, Spirit was just kind of putting it on me, like just a feeling of you're going to take the action to go and be close to her. And so I do feel, you know, a lot of what Donika said and Helga said both apply to the way that I live. And, it really is our mindset. And so in that moment, I knew that I could not give her a kiss, but I chose to. And I didn't end up getting sick. So I don't know where that is. I mean, I've from the illnesses that I've been diagnosed with, that I don't like to speak them power, so I don't speak about them. I would be immune compromised, but I didn't feel like I was at danger according to what I was getting from Spirit. So far, so good with me.
Amen.
What grade level do you might have said that, Donika, what grade level do you work in the school system?
I work 7th and 8th grade right now, but I was the longest time in high school. I had 12.
Okay. I see you've got to go too. Well, thank you so much for coming up today. I really, really appreciate last night. I was telling Martin earlier before you came in. Well, I was speaking about before you came on last night too, that so far everybody that had come on my broadcast, I'd seen them in my dreams, and I hadn't seen you yet the way I'd seen you on HAPS. And I'd gotten this information. Of course, I told you last night when I met your sister, Bobby, but when I saw you last night on my broadcast, that was when I knew that I'd seen you in my dreams with your white sweater, and there was just so much stuff coming in from the dream. So, I know I said it last night, thank you for making my dream come true, but I just kind of wanted to further express it that you actually made my dream come true by showing up in my broadcast last night. So thank you again so much for everything that you do, and thanks for supporting me, and thank you for coming on last night. I really enjoyed all the information that you shared.
Well, anytime. This is why I'm here, and I just since I work with energy healing, I love to, if you guys have question, anything, how to lift the energy, how to release toxicity, how to boost immune system, anything, then you want confidence, mindset. So just feel free, this is what we are here, I just, this is from my heart to your heart, and it go both ways. We balance each other. If my energy is high and somebody need more tonight, so take it. I give freely, so we can bring each other up. And that's always energy, like we call all kind, but it's like, you drink plenty of water, you recharge your body, and this is how you bring everything: food, sleep, good thoughts. That's it. But if you ever need me to do meditation, affirmation, tapping, anything, you guys feel free. I just I'd love to offer my service.
Thank you. I'll definitely hit you up for that.
Yes.
Donika
Okay.
certainly
So
certainly touched on something that couldn't be more poignant with myself, which is drink more water. If nothing else, from what you were saying, that definitely is something that I've been trying to do. Yeah.
So I am in this cleansing this week since it's Easter, and I'm doing cleansing. I have 5 more minutes. I have to talk to my daughter, but I told her to hold on. I'm doing this cleansing, and it's really, really nice. And you put 2 celery, cilantro, a pinch of Himalayan salt. If it's pink, is better. And squeeze half lemon, and you put like make it as a smoothie. But before you drink, you just make it liquid. Put it in a coffee filter or something, just to be all clean juice, and drink it in the morning and before you go to sleep, because it cleans. And between that, a lot of water. Don't eat carb. If you can have fish, I have like papaya fruit today and just a piece of salmon. So that was my eating and drinking today, but plenty of water. So I'm going to do this for 7 days, so to clean and nurture my body, But anything, and usually how I start the day is 2 fruit, 2 vegetables, and I go by chakra colors. If it's 2 root chakra, 2 red fruit, 2 red vegetables. So go by colors. So you bring that energy and nurture your body, and it's good. It gives you more energy, and it boosts you that, desire to do more.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, I do that all the time. So I teach kids all the time how to eat, but and the mindset, what I do in the classroom when I go in the morning, because kids have their own mind, and you never know how was the night prior, how they went to sleep, and if they carry that mood or that emotion and the feelings bring with them in school. So I write before they walk in the classroom, how are you feeling today? What is your goal? And who can help you? So I know if the family triggered them, they are not going to ask me for help, because I'm going to remind them of the parents, because I'm the oldest. If they say, I want my friend, and so I let to interact with friends like 10 minutes in the morning to debrief. So when you wake up in the morning, say thank you. And if you are sad or don't have energy, say thank you still, then I'm touching the ground. And let's go start with water. It's better to have warm water, because the body have slept throughout the night. And when you put cold water, it's like it stresses your intestines. But if you put warm water, if you drink warm water, it's like you have the same body temperature and it adjusts better. So warm water with some lemon juice in the morning, or cinnamon, like a half a spoon of cinnamon, or just a pinch of cinnamon, because cinnamon is good to digest the food and cleans. So that's all I do. Healing, cleansing, detoxing, body, mind, and soul.
Thank you again.
Yeah, thanks very much. And Donika, we know you have to head off for other matters as important, if not more so. But thanks so much. It's always just the energy is just brilliant here, So there we go. Thank you very much indeed, everyone. Live and direct from the USA in Pennsylvania, right?
Yes.
Lovely. Well, hopefully you can join us again sooner
Okay.
rather than later. Lovely.
Light and blessing.
Stay safe.
Happy Easter and sleep well.
Enjoy
Thank you.
the rest of your
Much love.
holiday weekend as well. Yeah, absolutely. That's a good reminder that we do have a busy weekend, a lot of us, certainly, when it comes to resting and focusing on something a little different other than just the craziness that is otherwise life. So, yeah, the Easter weekend is certainly well underway at the moment for us. And, yeah, hopefully the weather will be good too, wherever you happen to be.
Yes. Farah's back. Good morning.
Oh, yes. Good morning to you. Yes. Just after 1:11 a.m. local time here in London. Good morning, says Vera. Indeed. Just down the road from you there, Helga, huh?
Yep.
Yep. Your neighbour.
Mm-hmm. It's good to see Dutch people also on apps.
More than good, because, yeah, it really is. I just often wonder myself why there aren't people on certain platforms and partaking
Mm-hmm.
from. I mean, it's very popular, certainly in the USA, this type of technology and the platforms, and in the UK. But I mean, I'm just reminding myself that actually, you know, we've got people in some great different places. Yourself, Vera, in Netherlands.
Yes.
We have Ami, who joined us recently from Tokyo.
Mm-hmm.
There's the wonderful Randy Horton and his different style of broadcasting, to say the least. He's certainly a different type of energy as well. Great
Yes.
stuff from Saudi Arabia. Although he's been to the Philippines recently too, where he goes between, as I understand it. So we are getting around a bit and seeing plenty of insights into
Yes.
various different cultures and nations. So that's good. And of course, I'm forgetting almost, how dare I, Jimmy Heaven in Japan, my friend, on
Yes.
Shinecast.
Yes.
And yeah, we've got plenty more. This is just the beginning. This is indeed just the beginning of a lot that we're going to hopefully be sharing with everyone out there, the big community.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Michael Bathurst. Don't forget
Of
him.
course, in Canada. Yeah, how can we forget? Yeah, I was thinking, yeah, because it's very easy for me to forget, but I'm thinking North American continent, you see, just to get me out of that hole there. But yeah, because it's such an interesting one, that whenever I meet someone who has that type of accent, shall we say, and they sound American, if I'm not sure, I will always ask which part of the North American continent they're from, because sometimes they are from Canada, not the USA, and Canadians certainly don't want to be confused. But you know, they keep telling me, they're like, no, we're Canadian, not American. And I think that's because, as I say, more often than not, people just assume that they're from the USA because it's such a similar accent, a bit like New Zealand and Australia, actually.
Mm-hmm.
You see. Yeah. Don't know if you can tell the difference yourself too easily or not.
Mm-hmm. The comments.
Helga and I live a little over an hour from each other. Oh, no, that's an interesting statement there, Vera, because I'll very quickly question that, because I'm not sure whether you'd be travelling via skateboard, walking, car, or helicopter, you see. So that never is a good one when I'm reading it, because I'm like, yeah, that's great, you know. So I'll start walking, you know, one day I'll be visiting and I'll be like, thanks very much, Vera, I'm just heading over to Helga to visit while I'm in the country, you know, and I'll start walking, and then I'll be like, wait a minute, this is taking some time, yeah. And then, but I'm going on what you told me originally, all that time ago, on the 4th of April 2021, as it is now. And you told me that it was an hour away, but then you will quickly remind me you were talking about by plane. But yeah. Bye, Carl. Thank you very much. Yeah, just okay. Great. Yeah. In case other people aren't too sure what I'm on about, the comments now on the screen. Anyway, lovely. Don't forget you can also share, like, and please follow, but also comment too, people, and have your say. And if it's something you want to put into the mix, as some people have tried to do, but not too successfully earlier on. Daddy Gang, was it? Yeah. Suddenly disappeared strangely. I'm not sure Daddy Gang was getting the responses desired, but then perhaps sometimes
later on a little bit.
Yeah. Anyway,
I think
I'll have to harass someone else now because it just wasn't working here.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Anyway.
A question, Colin, on like that thing that we worked out for Des. So if I join a broadcast, how do you know? Well, with me, I'm on desktop, obviously, but I correct me if I'm wrong. It automatically signs me up with whatever they're using, landscape or portrait. Is that correct? Or do I have to choose?
That was a question, Eric, to Colin, did you say?
To you.
Oh, I'm sorry. So when someone joins a broadcast, if you're on desktop, then you joined automatically landscape because that's how your camera was. I mean, but when Desiree joined, she joined. It looked like in the portrait mode, and it was. And then she changed once we realised what was going on. She changed her device around, as you know, in the picture, much improved, but still it showed us portrait how she originally joined in preview in what we call the connected section.
And how did you know that? How did you know that it was in portrait mode for her?
I knew that she was in portrait mode for us. So therefore, if she has her device in portrait mode, then I think we'll still be in landscape on her device, if that makes sense. But I think we were, yeah. But what I knew, I just knew that because what happens is if you're holding a device like this on HAPS, in portrait mode, but you've chosen landscape, what it does, in fact, we had the same effect just now with one of the other guests just a short time ago, which was I'm forgetting her name now. But Miss Vickers, Dominica, thank you. I'll remember her name eventually, so apologies to her if she's listening to this. But if you hold a device like this, and she was, then what we see, while we see her, a portrait image of her, full length, the HAPS app takes a slice out of the middle to broadcast it in landscape. Yeah.
Okay. So if she had turned her camera,
if she'd have turned her camera, then we would have seen her. Absolutely, she would have seen what we see. But what it does, though, if you're broadcasting if you're holding your device in portrait mode, but the broadcast is actually in landscape, you still see yourself as a contributor and as a guest in portrait mode. Okay. And therefore you don't realize that potentially that the top here is cut off and the bottom's cut off. And that was one of my frustrations. So that was one of my frustrations when I was mobile recently, out and about in the car, because and then there's no need for that, because again, other apps, if you've selected landscape as a broadcaster and people are joining you, or if you're joining and selecting it as the guest landscape, you will just see landscape. You see what you see is what you get usually, but you don't with HAPS.
Yeah, and I'm going to have to schedule my next Fridays, and when I do that, I'm going to have to look, because I've noticed every time I schedule a broadcast, instead of just going live, I schedule it, it automatically puts me in portrait, which I've got landscape as my default. And so I end up having to change it back to landscape every time I go in before I actually hit live, because it's showing me in portrait, and I'm like, I don't want to be in portrait. I want to be in landscape. But have you noticed, is one better than the other as far as the picture quality on HAPS?
Landscape. It's not just the picture quality is better, but, you know, I mean, you're aware that I think it was Samsung, they actually launched a vertical, a portrait mode television some years ago, a handful of years ago. I haven't heard anything more since. I was hoping at the time, well, you know, we wish the best for everyone, but I was hoping it wasn't going to become mainstream, let's put it like that, as opposed to hoping it would fail. Because it's a bit like 3D TV. I mean, seriously, if I want 3D, I open my front door, I go out for a walk into the big wide world. Yeah. Okay. TV has worked for long enough the way it is. I mean, okay, great. It used to be what we call 4:3, a bit more square, the picture. And then along came widescreen. That was a good development, I think. But, you know, landscape, widescreen, that's the way it is. It works. But because so many people were holding their mobile digital devices like this and filming, so Samsung decided, oh, great, we'll have a portrait TV. No, just get people to use the device, in quotes, correctly and change the way they hold the device rather than reinventing the wheel, so to speak, you know.
I thought landscape would be better just because I liked it personally better, but I wanted to get your technological advice. And I did notice too, you know, like when you've got the grid for the landscape, it only gives you 6 options or 6 guesses. But if you're in portrait, it gives you 8. So I didn't know, and I think I've gotten 8 on there in landscape as well, but I didn't know if that was something that they were trying to push the portrait for more people to use it so you could get more bang for your buck as far as getting more people on there.
What happens, though, if you try to add a 7th user or 8th in landscape mode then?
Landscape. I'm pretty sure I've done it. I could be wrong. I might have been in portrait when I did it, but I believe I've gotten 8 in landscape before.
Yeah, exactly. I would have thought that works. But I thought you were saying just now, but no, if you...
it just on the grid below us, it only shows you 6.
Oh, that's just because, again, someone's made not necessarily a schoolboy error. I mean, they could have put 8 on there and then someone would have said, yeah, but what happens if I only have 6? No, I think that's just the way they yeah. Okay. It's not that the fact that it stops at 6 isn't suggesting that is the maximum capacity there. Far from it. So yeah. But they got a lot of work to do there. I mean, what was the other thing I noticed? There was something again. I've told you guys and girls before out there. You know, when you have HAPS open, the app, there are, I think, 4 buttons or 4 tabs at the bottom of the screen that you can click on: Discovery, Go Live, and the other one is your profile. And, you know, sometimes on your device, you know, you're tapping away there. Like if you're in a hurry or the signal's bad, you'll be like, oh, come on. No, let me press that button. I want it to get onto that screen or something, you know, onto that tab. Usually if you keep repeatedly pressing it, there shouldn't be a problem because it will keep on, eventually it will go to whatever it is that tab clicks through to. But with HAPS, if you press it more than once, it flips back to, I think, Discovery on iOS, certainly. If you press it again, it will go to your profile. But if you press it again after that, it will go back to a different tab. So what I'm saying is repeatedly pressing that profile tab on the HAPS iOS app, it's not actually making you go to that profile tab any faster. It's flip-flopping between the two. You're confusing it, actually. So you have to be patient. And I can't believe, again, going through the SOAP testing that they should have, that they wouldn't have acknowledged or discovered these small little things that really are big when it comes to us more regular broadcasters. Again, if they want us to be regularly broadcasting, but come on, every time I set up a broadcast, I've got to put in not just the title, but I've got to select landscape mode or my favorite, the one that I want all the time. Even if I want it all the time, I've got to select it. Every time I've got to select the same keywords. It gives you an option to put in their hashtags. Like, for example, the ones I would use are London, England, 11, travel. Yeah. But every time I start a broadcast, I have to choose that again. Instead of me, say, having a favorites list that I can just go, boom, throw them all in, please, because this is another one of my regular broadcasts at this time of day and about this topic. You might do a daily cookery program, for example. So the fact that every time you have to start from a blank canvas, it makes you not want to broadcast regularly.
Yeah.
Which is surely against what HAPS want us to be doing. Anyway. Well, they've got a challenge on at the moment, haven't they? So, yeah. Not that I'm a part
they
of
give
that.
you like a bunch of recommendations, live, chat, art, music. But, yeah, I would love to see, like what you're saying, have a favorite so that I don't have to keep putting meditation in every single time.
You just reminded me as well something else, actually, indirectly. But in the past, up until at least 48 hours ago for me, when I clicked on Discover on the website, let's talk about that platform, the actual website, haps.tv. You click on the Discover tab, which is at the top of the screen on the left, next to the HAPS logo. And it used to have a little list of people on there who are broadcasting right now. But it doesn't work for me anymore. I don't know if you want to try that now, Eric, yourself and see. But usually if people were live, it would say at the top that they were live. It doesn't do that now. It seems to have disappeared, and I just wonder again if that's something intentional or if someone's just missed out a bit of code while updating their website or something, and maybe it's because of that instead. Again, something rather frustrating.
So you click on the Discover, is that right?
Yep. Discover, which is up there between the HAPS logo and the word feed, the feed tab.
I clicked on that.
And it used to have, whoever was live now, there'd usually be 1, 2, 3 or 4 people. But now it just says music for me, and Chris Gales is at the top there, that popular broadcaster, along with Helen Wallace and Chris Monty in my list. But what do you have? And it says music, arts, news and politics, travel at the top there too. Yeah, that never used to be there. Yes, sir. Hello.
Yeah. Chris is live at this moment.
Who is? Sorry. Oh, you
Chris Gillis. He is live.
Right. Well, I used to. Yeah.
And he's on the list. What you did at Discover? He was the first one.
Ah, right. I've just realised something. No, there might be a. Yeah. No, I see what you're saying. Yes, but above that, usually there's like a little. That's his full profile, but above that you usually have a little line of, it says this person's live, and do you remember that? And it was a bit
you
of
used to have like 2 or 3 people, yeah.
Right, and you're not seeing that either.
No.
Right, yes, that's changed. And again, I mean, the discoverability was bad enough when that was on there, and I think it's actually become worse now for me, because now I see what you're saying though, and that's the point. Before it was a smaller sort of strip saying this person is live. Now, if you're telling me, I wouldn't have known that Chris is live because I'm used to the fact that if someone's live, it says live next to their name. But it's a good point. So I'll just click on Chris there to see that he is live. I see that, and then I'm hoping that you're right, that the next person down is also live, but still, you wouldn't know that. Why is it previously it said they were live? And yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. You're right. But I think you'll understand, assumed from previous experience that if it doesn't say live, they're not live. And obviously, if you're following the person, you would have had a notification. But anyway, I don't know. Yes. I think they've got some work to do there, But as we said before, there's no point.
How long is HAPS existing?
I think it's getting on for a good 2 years now, which is also part of my frustration, should we say, for them, on behalf of them, toward them, because I'm not being funny, but this is a very fast-changing world when it comes to this sort of technology and a fast-changing bubble. So I'm like, really, 2 years to get this far? I think it's possibly because, though, I wish there was someone here to speak on their behalf. I don't know, but I can only assume that they were kind of taking it a bit more laid back and easy.
Michael is here. Maybe he can help.
Just saw that, actually, yeah. But as I say, possibly it might be just that they were taking it easy, and now, particularly being alerted at the end of last year that a major platform was being sunset, and it now has Periscope, so maybe that's sort of got them to rush a bit more and work a bit faster. And quite frankly, they must be overloaded at the moment because the infrastructure, I would not be surprised if it wasn't up to handling the number of people that were potentially coming across from Periscope to a new home. Periscope orphans, I think people are calling such broadcasters. But yeah, Michael, indeed, I don't know if you can help and possibly reprogram the website in the next hour and issue a new update for the app. That would be fantabulous if you could. Was Helga right? You do. That's good. Well, we love you so much as well, Michael. How about that? And yeah, that can only be a good thing. Obviously, we love everything north of the border there on the North American continent, as well as the south, but certainly up above as well. You know what I'm saying? So all is good there. Yeah. Love is in the air, says Michael Bathurst. Yeah, great track. I hope that's on your playlist. Lindsay Love told us that if you go to feed and then select trending, you can see who is live right now. It's kind of hidden. Exactly. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. And that's the point. It's so easy for it not to be kind of hidden, as you put it, particularly when they really need as much exposure and the competition that's, is fierce out there, etc., etc., so I don't know why. I mean, we're still waiting for the discoverability. One great thing about Periscope was when you had a map, because I'm telling you now, in the sort of latter part of its existence, I'm talking, say, I don't know, the last sort of 2 or 3 years, when I've heard a breaking news story, one of the first places I've headed to is my Periscope app. And often someone's been out there broadcasting way before the networks have picked up anything. They might have been reporting, the breaking news on the networks, but they haven't had the pictures there. I mean, one tragedy that I saw before anywhere else on HAPS was on the Las Vegas Strip. Then when there was a shooting, it must have been about 2.5 years ago now in the USA. There in Las Vegas, there was a concert on, and there was a gunman shooting out of one of the hotel windows from quite high up there. I think you probably remember that, Eric, certainly as it's in your country. I don't know if you remember that, Helga. Yeah, frustrating people. What's Michael? Michael's going to play the picture game tonight. What on your own? Come on, Michael. No, you need to. I think you should press the broadcast and go live button now and let everyone else join in. It's not fair. That would be very selfish if you were playing that game on your own. Surely not.
Love you too, Michael.
Gosh, goodness me! I tell you, he's got the fingers are certainly dancing on his keyboard at the moment, aren't they, Eric? There. Lindsay Love says that the Periscope app was so cool. Yeah, it definitely was. I agree there, certainly. Some comments are not showing up in the comments section. HAPS must have a glitch, says Colin Porter. How you doing? Is that Colin, or is that a fake background on his OBS? Wait a minute, I'm confused, Colin. Are you going to join the broadcast, Colin? It's getting late here. I mean, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be here until I need matchsticks on my eyelids. I've just got visions of Colin actually joining us right now, sitting on his toilet, and sounds of some sort of mosquito in the background, So I hesitate. I just wonder what's going on there. Yeah. Eric's comment of much love showed up in my notifications, but not in the comments. Really?
They were having issues seeing my comments earlier too.
I flick back again there. Click back again there, and double check there, please do, Colin. I think all's good at the moment, Eric. We're onto it. There's definitely a glitch going on somewhere, not just on the older Razer front. Yeah. Colin, I would suggest having a word with Eric at some time in private and understand how you could potentially maintain some whiskers and just forget the Razer. I mean, I'm getting there myself, clearly. But I'm pleased to report that I am definitely heading over to the barbers in 11 days. It's 11 days. 11 days. It's time to hit the barbers. I spoke to my wonderful barber hairdresser today, and yeah, I'm glad they're safe, well, and getting through this crazy time. It's there now, but it wasn't. Colin, I think you need to definitely invest in that TARDIS, because apparently we've got. Oh, it must be the flux capacitor causing an issue tonight. That's what it is, because we're going backwards and forwards in time in a very strange way, with comments appearing before they've even been typed, and suddenly even appearing sometime after. It's all good though. It's all definitely very good and challenging. But yeah, we like a bit of a challenge now and then. Yeah. It was not there, but it is now. That's a bit like me, isn't it? Is that like me? Possibly?
Yes, Martin.
Helga.
What are you doing?
Well, I'm impersonating and sort of imitating the apparent phenomenon that Colin's reporting on with the comments. Sometimes I'm here and suddenly I'm not, and here I am again. And goodness, it's all happening. I'm back again, am I? Oh, I'm here. There you go. There you go. Look at that. Wowzers.
Welcome back.
Goodness me. Fun times ahead, that's for sure. Look at that, Eric. 38 minutes past the hour.
Ah, yes. 8:38 here.
Yeah. I'm surprised you didn't catch on to that one. But, you know.
I've been writing a few down there for a while. I was seeing lots of 11s.
Yeah, well, I'm just checking out the digits here at the moment. Let me have a double check, treble check, quadruple check. I can see a 22 on there. 195 eyeballs with all those 6 and the 1. Do you see that? Oh, it's just gone up to 197. Oh, well.
Yeah, I see it as 203.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. I wonder what Michael Bathurst is doing right now, and hopefully he's going to tell us, unless he's stepped out of the broadcast. What's going on there, Eric? We hear bowls.
Yes.
Helga requested the bulls, the dusty bulls.
Yes.
I had forgot I was supposed to ring it every 11 minutes. I was behind schedule. John Jacob Jingleheimer Smith is his name too. Whenever we go out, we hear the people shout, John Jacob Jingleheimer Smith. No. I just found out that if I plug my mains charger into my phone, that my battery percentage goes up. LOL, says Colin Port.
Well, I've got a problem with that myself, because I found out that it doesn't. Yeah. Because
it should do both at the same time, right? Give you the power
right. This is the thing. I mean, I found out that if you plug the mains charger into the phone, it doesn't charge unless you switch on the AC outlet first.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So there's kind of a two-step thing. You've got to plug it in, switch the AC on. Otherwise, it won't just do it by plugging in the cable. Thanks for joining us, John. Is that what you do, though, Eric? You plug in the cable on your cell phone and it just straight away charges despite what's going on the other end of it?
I don't really use the cell phone. I've just got like a government cheap, so I've got like limited minutes on there. So
Okay.
I use it. I only got it just in case like all the power goes out, and I can call somebody to tell them my power's out. Please turn it back on. So I don't know. I don't know that, but I feel like most things should, if you plug it in, you want some kind of charge and you want to activate it at the same time. If you're not going to activate it, then you just allow it to charge. But I don't know why they would make you prompt it.
Sure. Yeah. No, I'm just sharing this with everyone else because they'll understand what I'm speaking about when it comes to Colin's earlier comment, which is on the screen now. But it's interesting because he says that he has no switch on the actual AC socket, and it's effectively permanently live. That must be quite a cost then. It's nice to be able to switch the electricity off when you're not using it. You know what I mean? And if the socket's permanently live, wow, 24/7. Want to become famous? Buy followers, Prime, and viewers on it. Why would you want to become famous? Why would you just want to be famous for being famous? Could you tell us, J. Kaman or Cayman 1358? If you want to be famous, you certainly are now on our screens, not just in the chat. And thank you for giving us the opportunity to test the technology even more with another click of the button. If you want to be famous at any time there, J. Cayman 1358, please do get in touch. info@shinecast.live or reach us, and we can certainly work out a thing or two. If you need a manager or an agent, I'm happy to negotiate. It only when the socket. Colin says it's only using it when the socket is in use. Good save, though. 101. What do I miss there? I think it's just very late.
We got 101. 111 went up to 100.
I just see as okay.
Electricity.
Yeah. I think Eric's just writing the next sentence in his soon to be released book. Is that right? Oh, it's some sort of. Can we actually see that a little bit closer there? That's interesting.
Just an eyeball with circles and dots around it.
Yeah. Right on.
Electricity is only being used when an appliance is connected. No phantom power, Colin Porter. John says.
Yeah.
Yeah, my cell phone goes like dead, like extremely quick too. So I could probably maybe use it for like 20 minutes. That would be it. It would be dead. Just clarifying for Martin. Working a bit on my intro story. Nice, Vera.
Brilliant. Excellent.
I guess I got lost. Do you ever do that? You get lost on what day it is? It's like everybody. Well, you all were talking about it Sunday there, and then I was like, "Oh yeah, it's Saturday here." I was forgetting what day I was in.
I've certainly done that, right? Like for the last 3-4 hours, actually. I mean, I know I have mentioned which day it is, but very quickly, either side of me mentioning it, I've just gone back to just being, I guess you could say. And yeah, I had that actually. You know, it was almost surreal that I ate late my last meal. It was must have been about 9:45, 10 p.m. when I did. And unusually, because earlier on, as you know, Donika mentioned to me how potentially there's a lot going on up here. And indirectly, I think she was saying slow down and just take a hold of everything, take a stock of what's going on, and just calmly then deal with it all one by one. Yeah, and that's the point. You know, I mean, absolutely, she was right in a lot of ways, but when I sat down to eat and watch a bit of TV as well at the time, my head just was clear in an unusual way. It was, sometimes you have to make yourself do that, but I just was like, I was in a zone that was really comfortable and positive. Yeah, didn't have to make myself forget about all those sort of things that might bring a little bit of stress, and what have I got to do tomorrow, and what time have I got to be awake tomorrow, and that sort of thing. And yeah, for a good while I was in that zone, and it's very, very very pleasant. Yeah, refreshing, pleasant. Yeah. And I have to say, because I'm mentioning that now because of what you mentioned now, Eric, about days and trying to remember or realize what day it is or night it is, etc. And I'm kind of not even bothered to remember right now because I'm just in that relaxed mode. I'm very tired, as I mentioned earlier as well. So things caught up with me, and I had the last time I woke up, it was, as I said, 11 a.m. ish, and that was no surprise because I've been having some late nights the past week and chatting here late local time and early in the morning. And so I did say to myself I'd possibly need another early rest, and that would have been about 3 hours ago or so, but it didn't happen. But well, as I say, we'll have to just deal with it and compensate. Another late start tomorrow. What was that, Helga? Sorry.
During the day?
Possibly,
I live
yeah.
the same way. I don't feel well when I have to do things. I just like when I feel, I could do a broadcast. I go online, and about the days, every day is a day.
Mm-hmm.
So, and even the time.
But it's been difficult for me. You see, actually, I'm just reminded, as you were saying that, I looked up at the screen and I was reminded that this was one of the first time in a while, broadcasts at 11 p.m. local time in London, England. That's when this broadcast went live. Mm-hmm. And I've tried to consistently broadcast at that time because it's a great time. And a year ago, maybe a little longer, that was a good time for me. The day was over. I was happy at that time of the evening to do this broadcast, and we had a good little community of regular people joining and a bit of fun. And then for one reason or another, I had to stop those broadcasts and the consistency was no more. But more recently, here we are. I've tried to start them up again, but other things have just got in the way, and I haven't been in the right frame of mind to do them. And that, as you're saying, if you're not happy doing something and you don't want to, you can't necessarily force yourself to. Sometimes we do have to obviously force ourselves to do things for whatever reason. If you've got a day job, so you can't suddenly wake up on a Wednesday and say, I don't feel like going to work. Okay, you can do. We've all done that before. Duvet day, from time to time, but I would suggest that more often than not, the average person who's full-time employed, they really don't enjoy getting up, going to their day job that just pays the bills, and they really don't enjoy. We mentioned this recently, didn't we? This, paraphrasing in so many words, if you focus on something you're passionate about, you won't have to work a day in your life. And I don't just mean focusing on something like shopping and that's that, but I mean focus on, say, artwork and being an artist or a creator, and try to make that work for you and bring in some sort of income. And if you're really passionate towards something, that will happen. It will manifest. Keep working at it. Not necessarily is it easy to do that, but it's certainly not impossible. That's where I'm kind of at right now as well. I mean, I had to update a website that I manage for a business, for a client. I had to do that. I got a request in the last couple of days, and everything wasn't quite set up right, so I could just switch the computer on and access the information. So I said to myself, it's probably going to take about 3 or 4 days, but it was. If everything was together, it would have been much easier. So I made myself, I said to myself, you know what, I don't want to delay it for these people. I know them well, it'd be irrelevant. They're a client of mine. They need the work done. They've asked me to do it. So I got onto it, and I was so pleased I did. It was a bit more work than usual because, as I say, I had to find the right hard drive with the information on that I needed to edit and upload some new information to their website. Nothing major. But I made myself do it, and I felt so much better after it. But that was much to do with the fact that the actual process and certainly the result is something I'm passionate towards. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been. So I have that job satisfaction.
Question.
Yeah.
Suppose, like us now here in this live broadcast, someone would like to give me an award. Is that possible? Or is it only the one who hosts the broadcast that is able to get the awards?
Yeah, it's the actual broadcast that's taking place right now. And it's funny you should ask that in this broadcast, because earlier on I was very specific with one of my comments, actually, because we've had some great people in these broadcasts, and so I specifically reminded people that if they wanted to follow us, they should. Each person in the broadcast, they should definitely follow, and they can always hop over to your profile, and the only way of doing it, like right now, if someone wanted to give you an award, one way of doing it would be if they hopped over to your profile. And as we know, the great thing about HAPS is you can comment on a previous broadcast once it's on a replay, so they can still give you an award on the replay.
Oh,
that is something very unique, because there was a app previously called Busker.co, and I mentioned that recently as well. That collapsed, and dare I say, but my personal opinion was because the management weren't managing it, obviously, ideally, because otherwise it would still be here. So they're running into financial difficulty. I assume. I can't remember exactly, but it makes sense, because otherwise things carry on. It's always, at the end of the day, it's down to finances in these situations. But you couldn't give an award to a broadcaster once the broadcast had ended on that platform, I think, to the best of my knowledge. Yeah, but why do you ask? If
not for myself, but sometimes I'm listening to a broadcast, and then a guest is telling ask something that I would like to give that person on that moment a award.
Right.
But now I know that the award goes to the broadcaster.
To the producer, the person who
Yeah,
initiated the broadcast, the account that initiated the broadcast. Yeah, I'm just double checking now. Kind of. Yeah. Where are we? Yeah, exactly. Because it's a good question. It's more so a good question because you're joining me, and the thing that we just need to square the circle and be clear about is that although you're joining me on this broadcast and I initiated it and therefore it's being broadcast on my HAPS channel and
Yeah.
all my linked channels to Facebook, YouTube, Twitter and wherever else,
Yeah.
it is also going out not just to your HAPS profile but to your linked channels as well.
I saw it on Facebook.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So therefore,
And
if
YouTube.
someone goes onto your HAPS channel, though, they might, if they because someone could access this broadcast right now, as I say, not just on my channel, they could go to your profile
Mhm.
and think, oh, Helga's live. Let me go and see what's going on. And they do that, and then they don't think twice. They can now listen to us, and then they might think, oh, I like this and what Helga's saying, I'll give an award. But if they do that, then the award will be received by, it won't be received by you, it will be received by myself as I initiated the broadcast. And it's a really good point because I think possibly that should be made aware by admin, by HAPS. There should be a way to bring that to someone's attention. So in fact, when you click, I actually, it's a very, very good point this. When someone now, if they go to our broadcast and they want to give an award, I think there should be a advice there, stroke warning, that please give an award, but when you give this award, it will go to the broadcaster and none of the other people contributing in the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like that. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's, just make them...
Because not everybody knows. They might be here for the first time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's a very good point. Or they should implement a way where you can award any one of the people in that broadcast at that time. That can't be too important. Nothing's impossible now. Everything's doable. But you know what? I think they'd be very upset if you suggested that to them now, Helga, to HAPS, because just when they thought they were getting on track and getting it right. I mean, this is a great thing. Now, if you've had that question now, they have think tank meetings all the time. They sit around a table, brainstorming, and that's how these things work, and they're little teams. And someone by now would have already asked that question. And I wonder why they haven't addressed it.
Well, it was just a question, or if it was possible,
Yeah, not at the moment. It's not possible, but it's very possible for them to make it possible.
Okay.
You follow me? And no, I think it's a brilliant idea. Yeah.
But at least the one thing, interesting thing is you share the numbers. So even though this is Martin's broadcast, you get the numbers and I get the numbers as well.
Yeah.
To our total eye count on our profile.
Yeah.
So when you go to your profile, it says how many people have viewed you, and I'm like up to like 80 something thousand. But that's not necessarily totally true because they haven't all been my broadcasts. I've been on Martin's or Michael's, but if they're on my broadcast, they share my views as well. So in that way, they are kind of sharing those rewards if you're to look at it that way.
Yeah.
But not the actual awards. Yeah.
You see, also, it's very simple. I've already, in my mind, I was just trying to think again about what Helga said, this very important point about where does the award go effectively if someone now clicks on to give an award. Well, it's quite simple. You click on give an award and it should say what award do you want to give and who to.
Mm-hmm.
It should be, there should be two fields almost. It's like which award and which one of the people right now, click on a drop down box, for example, or click on a radio button, as they call it, next to something, and the names of the people currently in the broadcast or who have featured throughout the broadcast up to that point. It should be in there. Really good point. Can I just say there was something that Vera mentioned earlier on? I don't think we mentioned we brought it up. Last comment in chat. It's a challenge for me because I find it difficult to advertise myself, and I totally understand that. I think she's sort of to actually talk about yourself and tell everyone why you're so great and why you're skilled at what you do and your talent that you have, etc., etc. Well, yes, I've been there before, and the more I've been broadcasting, I mean, what's helped me is the feedback from people. People say you're great at what you do. Certainly when we've been working on live video productions, for example, what I'm specialising. So once people start telling you that, I mean, even if you know yourself that you're good at what you do, it's still, some people don't need it. But it
kind of hard to toot your own horn, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know what? Again, funny, you say that, Eric. But I think in the USA, people are reminded that it's perfectly okay to do that, more so than people in the UK are, and people are too slow over here actually to market themselves. And I mean, I have to say, I think in the last good couple of handfuls of years, I've met enough people and worked with enough people to get that confidence and know that But listen, so long as you can walk the walk as well as talk the talk, then there is absolutely, far from it, there's absolutely no harm, and you absolutely should be telling the world how great you are, what you do. And if someone doesn't believe you in so many words, well, give them a taster of what you do, offer them a trial, so to speak, and take it from there. But yeah, I think something as well, Vera, with this particular technology, video and live video, there's no further transparency really that anyone can have other than meeting you in person, walking into a shop or a store if you had that sort of facility, or an office. So yeah, good luck to you. And the more this is the one place that you will, use the word learn, but you will learn how to do that. You can't fail really, and it's only going to be positive along the way. Shall I join? You could, with pleasure. Yeah. I don't know how long we're going to be here for, but certainly please do immediately join us. And anyone can join, and you certainly can. And you seem to like what we were doing earlier, as in, I don't think it, at first glance, and if you hadn't have told us, I don't think we would have known that you were a little bit, for want of a better word, shy in any way. You're here already. Like, she's so eager to get in here. This is it. You see, I can tell you now. We've just met for the first time tonight, everyone. Right, Vera and I, and I'm telling you now, in the few minutes that she's been on the broadcast previously, I know how keen and eager she is, and dare I say, confident in what she does, and that's why she's back here. Hello to you.
Hello, everyone. I'm back.
Welcome, terug. Welcome back.
Welcome indeed. Yeah. I think we're going to go for another reading in a moment, aren't we? A card reading, possibly. Is that what we? Was that what the plan was? Is that what you felt you wanted to do, or?
Well, you were talking about that, about advertising yourself, and I thought, oh, why not join again?
Sure. So what is it you want people to know? So go ahead, Eric. Go on. I'll come back to
and Martin can really help you with that in a couple of technological ways. He's been able to help me, and as he was sharing with the broadcast at the beginning, he set Helga up with a domain name, which what that effectively does is he can use his tech savviness to set that domain name up with your email address and then put a link in your HAPS profile. And when anybody goes into Google or whatever and they type in, Vera Vaughn or whatever you want your domain name to be, that when they click on the link, it'll take you to your HAPS account. Or if in the future you want to have your own website, but you don't have it now, in the future, it can link to your own website as well. So there's a lot of different ways that, that technology can help you do some of that advertising as well.
Oh, I'm certainly interested.
Martin's really good at that. He's
Well, thanks very much for that little plug there, Eric. Definitely, if I can help in any way and get you off the ground, so to speak, with all that, then definitely we can sort something. I noticed, by the way, that there is a Vera von Leeuwen out there with a website already, certainly a .com, and but you're not sort of aware of that yourself.
Well, I can use the spiritual name I have. Rising Wolfstar.
Yeah, that sounds good, but I'm just surprised actually. I don't know if your name. Again, a lot of people don't use their personal name for what they do. I mean, it's nice to have your own. The trouble is, with a domain name, you see in the UK. Sorry, just to backtrack. Sorry, in the UK with license plates on cars, you can sort of have variations with letters and numbers and the configuration, and you can have something that suits you, whether it's your initials or if you have a short name, it might even spell your name out. And that's nationally, obviously, in this particular country. That doesn't mean to say that if you hop across an international border somewhere and you're in another country, there you can have your name in that country too. But the thing is, when it comes to things like .com, .net, or where you are .nl, once it's gone, it's gone. There's only one person can have that. See, Helga, there you go. You see, you've got it now. Keep on to that. Helga's the one that owns her name. But so for yourself though, it doesn't have to be .com either. As I was mentioning to people as well, particularly in this sort of space, there's now .live, for example, and .tv, which is kind of because it's video, so it's a bit more. As a lot of people like to use that. Yeah, so you could have your .nl perhaps.
We can certainly look into it.
Definitely. Okay, well, we can talk stuff as this expression offline everyone uses, but yeah, at some other time we can do that. So yeah, and the great thing about it is actually just one little thing. Once you have your own domain name, then you can choose a unique email address. So even if your name was I don't know, for example, my mind's gone blank suddenly. If your name was, for example, what would it be?
Well, say Rising Wolfstar or something like that.
If your name was Rising Wolfstar at Hotmail, I'll use an old one, at hotmail.com. I mean, that's great. You can give everyone that email address. Well, first of all, it doesn't sound as professional as it would if it was linked up to your domain, but straight away you've told people where your email account is hosted. So if they went to the old, it's actually live, isn't it? Now it's live.com. It's changed now, the Hotmail. But if you'd originally gone to the Hotmail, if you've told someone that's your email address, they know it's a Hotmail account. They go to the Hotmail login page, they put your email in, and then they've just got to guess the password. And because there's loads of programs out there these days that can just try and get in there automatically, and if they're a computer geek, they can just keep trying and trying and trying, certainly in the old days, with various passwords until they get into your account and they've chosen the right word or combination. But with your own email address, when they're emailing you, certainly, then what you do is, if your email address is info@yourname.com, it's like one of these, I always give the example of a 1-800 telephone number in the US, a free phone number. They route it to your existing number, but people don't know. So if someone's writing, they won't write to your Hotmail account. They'll write to your domain name email, and people don't know where your domain name email is actually being delivered to, if that makes sense. It's still being delivered to your Hotmail account automatically, but that's just an extra small layer of security for you as well, assurance that people aren't going to be trying to hack into your email. And I say that, I don't want to alarm you. I mean,
that's very important for me. That's
yeah,
very important for me.
I don't want to alarm you, but because all these websites are much, pretty secure these days. Gmail, Hotmail, certainly Gmail and Outlook.com. But I'm just saying there are a lot of people out there that still hesitate because they're very worried about security and data online. So yeah.
Well, I got another reason, which I will not say online because.
Okay.
But there's another reason why I have to be very careful.
Okay. One good thing as well is that what you can do as well, if ever you choose to, once people know your new email address, your domain email, info at or contact me at myname.com. If you suddenly get loads of spam at your Gmail account, you can change your Gmail account to a new one, and you can route the actual domain name email to the new address, but people don't need to know that you don't need to update anyone on your new email address, because you can still you follow me. So that's good in the long term as well. Hey, Desiree has joined us again. Now
I'm pretty technical, so
Hi, baby.
I see literally the route you're taking.
Great, excellent. No, that's good. I'm glad that you've updated me on that. It's good to know whether someone is. I mean, it's like when I used to teach people how to use Word on the computer. I'll teach them something again. Like how, for example, to copy and paste, which most of us, I think, here know how to do on a program such as Microsoft Word. But there's not just one way to copy and paste. There's the keyboard method with your the keys C and V, or there's the method using the right click on the mouse, or you can use the menu if you go up to the top of the screen and click on edit, select whatever it is and paste it and all that and cut. But again, some people ask me right from scratch how to do it. Others are a bit more, they already know these sort of things, and if you know a bit more techie stuff and that's good. And so we all need to be a bit more techie though these days, don't we? By the way, can I just say that, Desiree, have you joined us with your device still in the portrait mode?
No, it's landscape now.
That's interesting. So I wonder, although the device is landscape, that's interesting. You're showing as, for me again, in portrait. Is that right, Eric? Helga? Vera? If we look yeah. What device? Are you using a mobile digital device or is it a desktop?
Yeah, I have to use a mobile because none of my desktops will connect to the HAPS.
Okay, so I'm just wondering, therefore, two things. First, if I press this magic button here and just make it full screen for a moment, yeah, you're definitely landscape. And I'm wondering if if when you came into the broadcast, we had this discussion before. I think Eric and I, you are forced into landscape. Sort of, because the broadcast was initiated in landscape mode. It's just interesting why your device is suggesting otherwise on here. That's kind of thrown me now. But it's looking good. Yeah. You're not fuzzy anymore. And yeah, that's a good thing.
And I think it is forcing her because she is on the mobile. Mm-hmm. Because like on the side in the green room, she's pixelated, but on our screen, she's perfect.
That's why it's so confusing. I say, if it's confusing, if I say so myself, to a techie like me, anyone new, goodness me, this is yeah. Hey, it's going to be a good, fun game for someone who's a bit of a Luddite, just joining HAPS and for the first time. Yeah. Are we going to have this reading then, Vera? So I can't remember what you said. If you were planning to give us a little bit more of an insight with the energy there and stuff, or?
Well, I can.
Yeah.
I can use some.
Yeah,
What do you want to know?
Anything.
What area?
whatever the energy, what area, what specific.
I can give a general. It just gives you
general,
what
anything.
it needs.
I think
Yeah.
Generally, what's going on in general. That'd be interesting. I mean, it's not just for me personally. Anyone that's here, really, and anyone that's watching as well. If perhaps, yeah, for them.
And they're feisty. They're going all over the place. Yeah. These two at least, and this one.
Awesome. Let's see. Here we go.
Woohoo. One card I pulled in the last week already 4 times.
Sure.
Yeah. The first one, it says initiation, rite of passage, crossing the threshold.
Mm.
And if you put that on the general, what's going on, it literally says that we are on the threshold of something big and good.
Ooh, I like the sound of that.
Yeah, it's like we are all here waiting. We can see everything there.
Yeah.
And I strongly feel everyone is feeling it. And this card says, trust the niggle. What is the niggling feeling trying to tell you? And putting that on the collective, on general, I feel that this tells everyone that a lot of people, even they are scared to express that they're starting to see the truth, the ugly truth that is out there. But also it goes to the keepers of the earth, which tells me that the universe, and especially Mother Earth, Mother Gaia, wants everyone to know you are not alone. Ancient ancestors stand beside you. So no matter what is happening, even if it is very, very difficult, because it's hard times. When you keep hearing about restrictions and everything and how scared you should be, and you feel alone, you are not alone. So these 3 cards together, I strongly feel there are. It's about to unfold what is really going on. I can't tell you when, but hopefully this year that the truth will, or the ugly truth will be blown up right in front of everyone's faces.
Wow. But we don't know what this is specifically, like which area of our daily life, so to speak. We don't know whether it's to do with work, socializing, with the pandemic situation right now.
Well, let me say, this feels like it's not just one area.
Every area. Yes.
Every single area on every layer in the whole world.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'll just say I'm having like major. Sorry.
I came in and I knew that this was the message. There will be a lot of things that a lot of us don't know about.
Or don't want to see.
And don't want to see. And those things are written in those cards. Thank
Yep.
you, Farron.
I know I say this a lot, but since Vera's gotten on here today, I've had significant deja vu, and that one card where you see the portal and you see the light, but you see the darkness. I've seen that multiple, not just once, but multiple times. So I've had reoccurring dreams with that card.
Yeah, because
I've
this
never
deck
seen that.
about a week. I got this deck about a week, Eric. And
Okay,
this
and
card,
I've never seen that deck before. I don't know what that deck is. I mean, I know you showed it to us earlier, but I don't own it or anything. So
it
that
says
was
work
very
your light.
powerful.
Work Your Light with Rebecca Campbell. And these are oracle cards. And they're such honest messages because they're all about love. And this card, I got them week and a half now, this deck. And I already pulled it. This card, I think about 6, 7, maybe 8 times.
The initiation. I love that.
Yep. So it's going to unfold. And when I did practice with some channeling that the person came through, talked through my voice box, it stated it's going to unfold. And it should be this year, what he said. And loads of cards that I pulled are pointing into the direction.
Love it.
So that's what the card wanted us to know.
I'm glad with the message.
She agrees. Was that a good message? Yeah? Now? It should be now, right? Yep.
I think I remember correctly. Buff, is that right?
Buffy.
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 Well, yeah, it's okay. She listens to me charmingly. She loves the spiritual name to be used with broadcast because, yeah, English people, it's easier for them. So that's about it. What I have right now.
Well, thank you.
She took off. Yeah, she took off.
She said her piece. There you go. Yeah.
And he's out like a light.
Oh well, we can't see. Let me just have a look there. This is your dog as well. Yeah. Oh yes.
He's only 100 lbs, about 50 kilograms.
Right. He's staying there for the foreseeable. Then that's for sure.
Well, when I go to bed, I'll probably have to jump start his butt the other way so I can get in.
Mm-hmm.
I was about to say you'll have to move him if you want a space.
Yep. Well, I have a small part of the bed. It's okay.
Good.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Yeah, Lindsay loves
great reading.
Great reading, absolutely. Yeah. Well, we're gonna have to watch this space and see how things develop there. Desiree looks like she's being very creative there at the moment.
How's it going? I'm doing a humongous iris on this 11 by 14. So the iris is going to take up the whole paper, hopefully, and trying to do new things with eyeballs.
Okay.
They are
Yes.
absolutely gorgeous. Like it's like that eye is looking straight through you.
You can follow me on Instagram to see the rest of my artwork. My Instagram is linked to this page, or like this on here, but this is what I did last time. It's a sunflower that has an eyeball iris in the middle.
Oh, wow.
So, I don't know. I have a fascination with eyeballs.
Yeah, but eyeballs, the eye cannot lie. When you are able to look through the iris, you can see the real person. You can see the true nature of them.
And then this is another piece of work.
Owl.
I've been hearing a lot of owls, Des. Owls and pigeons in this area. Yep, or just the back of the iris. Yep.
Yeah, that's what is being told to us by Luke McC. Hello to you indeed. Thanks for joining us, Luke.
Hi, Luke.
He's in Windsor, in Canada, Ontario.
Hello, Luke.
No connection with Windsor in the UK, where Her Majesty has another big abode in the form of a castle. Yeah.
Well, when I got off here earlier, because my phone wasn't working right and it overheated, so I went outside with my little one, and I was out there for about an hour, I think. Yeah, and I saw some white-tailed deer out there, and I'm just like, oh my gosh! So it's awesome, when you're guided to get away from all the electronics, and you start to hear owls or like see deer and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I think I'm gonna sign off because my eyes are all red. I have to get to bed. It's
Well, it's great, Vera, that you wanted to rejoin us, and yeah, as I say, just hit that button when you feel confident to do so, and sometimes there's not necessarily, a right moment. I mean, you want to feel more sort of confident than not. But
this certainly helps.
Yeah, you said so. I'm really glad that it has. And if you could, what sort of time frame do you have in your mind for starting to go live yourself? And
I gotta figure that one out still.
Okay, but I mean, a week, a month, a couple of months, realistic.
No. Oh, you mean that time frame? No.
Yeah, well, maybe
really shortly.
Oh, good. In the next week. Excellent. There you go.
Well, tomorrow night I'm busy, so Monday night I'm busy, so it might be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Well, what number is significant to you at this time, shall we say?
I don't know.
Oh, I mean, what day of the month, for example, were you born?
Well, then I should go on live next Thursday.
Oh, really?
I'll be 57.
Yeah, so this is well, well, interesting that should come up right now. So Thursday,
April
Okay.
8th.
April the 8th of the 4th. So 8 is a significant number to you. Well, perhaps you want to start, if not before, then thinking about that.
And that day actually adds up to 8 too. The 4 plus the 8 is 3, plus the 5 of 2021 equals 8.
Eric, what do you think then? I think possibly Vera should be seriously considering this is a very good time to begin this part of the journey.
And if
I
you
did my first live on Facebook on his birthday. It was in a private group, but that was my first live. He became 10 on February 20th.
Benji started
Yep.
you off on Facebook. I would also consider like when you go on to your main thing and you can hit go live, and you don't have to go live right then, but when it drops down, you can schedule the date. So you won't be able to schedule it for next Thursday until a little bit later, but if you schedule it in advance, then you can make a post, and so then people will see your post and they'll know what time you want to come on that evening that you're going to do your first live, and then that way they know what time to show up to see you.
I was thinking about it, because if I wait till the day I want to do it, I get cold feet.
Yeah, and you can also monitor. You'll be able to see that post on your page, and you'll be able to see how many people have looked at that post. So, you might have 30, 40 people look at it, and potentially those people will then know when you're going to be live and they could show up. And that number will also show up when you start the live. So when you start the live, it'll say that number. So that doesn't mean that many people are in there right then, but that's how many people have already looked at your schedule.
I will certainly do that. Yes, Helga?
I have a question about going live. I think Martin already mentioned that about that you have to put you can't just press go live and you are live. You have to do a lot of things first before you are able to go live. It's not like Facebook go live and you are live.
Yeah, and that's a good thing too, because as Helga's saying that, you can also put, and like Martin said earlier, you have to do this every time, but you can put hashtags in there. So you could put card readings, you could put intuitive, you could put love, you could put all these different hashtags, and then people, wherever you're broadcasting, they might be attracted to those hashtags and show up. So that's another way to advertise for yourself.
I think the best way, though, realistically, and as a starting point, is to just begin and consistently broadcast and get the message out there in that way, for a few days, turning into a handful of weeks, and obviously over that time as well, is have your group conversations like this as well, and those that are interested will follow and will certainly be interested in what you've got there to offer.
Yeah.
I'll take that all in consideration.
Sure. I think the best platforms, Haps is a great starting point, and then regarding the various channels that you broadcast out to, Facebook, very important to have a Facebook page, and
I've linked my Facebook page,
Right.
The Rising Wolf Star, to
Sure.
HABS.
And YouTube as well as a place to be discovered. Definitely, those two. I think in that order they would be important to you, or should be considered to be important. Maybe third, Twitter, but I think Instagram doesn't go to the top because it's not necessarily such a visual thing. You know, you're not trying to create works of art or be creative. I always use the example of like a jewellery. You're not creating that, so therefore, yeah, you might want to put some visuals out there. But I think what your skills are all about is the content, and well, it's very much vocal, isn't it? In that sense, and communication wise, yeah. So it's not. Yeah, well, I think what I said there would be a good start anyway, definitely. Yeah.
Thanks for the tips.
Good. Well, as I say, you can only but try. But yeah, good luck with all that. Don't know where Desiree. Sure.
So I'll talk to you guys later. I'm gonna join my animals sleeping.
Lovely.
Stop
Stay safe.
Love you all.
First
Bye
love.
bye.
Love
Bye
you.
bye for now. Take care. That's Vera, everyone. For the second time. I wonder if she'll be back for a third time. Not probably not this. It's getting late now. Well, it's very late now. It's look at 23 minutes, 22 minutes to 4 a.m. Helga,
Yeah.
and you're wide awake there. So was Vera, although she's obviously tired because she had to go. Hello to you there, the Buckeye State. Brinda's there. Hello.
Brenda, welcome.
Yeah.
Do you hear my music?
No.
Okay, cool. You do?
No, but I just thought I'd
Oh.
just move around a bit just to wake myself up at this hour and just, you know,
Thank
Love
you,
imagine
too,
the energy.
Love you too. Oh, it's so funny to see all those who we already met on other platforms to join us also here on HABS. It's amazing.
Yeah.
I was
And we're
really
still
glad to hear.
Go ahead, Eric.
I was really glad to hear her say she just got those cards last week too, because I'm pretty sure I've seen her before. Like you said, Helga, through the in 5D, but
Yeah.
there's no way I could have seen those cards, and that one really stuck out to me. I've seen that multiple times in my dreams. I've been waiting to see that one in real life, and
It's
here
going
we
to
go.
happen. Yeah.
Right here on
It's going
Martin
to happen.
Sean's broadcast.
Yes.
Scary stuff happening here. If I didn't know better. Yeah.
I'm glad I have some of the information that needs to come out.
You just got the Night Owl Award there
Oh.
from Brenda.
Thank
I
you.
like that. The owls are coming out tonight.
Certainly been a long night here, and yeah, definitely we are in the middle of the night here. Thank you for that award, and I am indeed up very, very late local time. But that's because it's just been another awesome and interesting broadcast, and the energy and when I say that, the positivity and just the vibe, it's good. It's just flowed. I have to say, as I'm saying this, I'm feeling slowly the energy is starting to deplete, and it's a bit logarithmical. You know, it was on a sort of a gentle slope, but now it's sort of starting to dive. Because
it's going to bed. The energy
The pillow is calling your name.
yeah. I've got a couple of things to do. Yeah, well, from when I finish this broadcast, I think.
Oh, thank you, Brenda, for subscribing to me.
Yeah.
I will subscribe to you also. It's okay, baby. Give her a kiss on the third eye for me.
That's in response to Desiree there and her
Yes.
comment. Yeah, she's needing family matters are calling at this time. That's why she had to drop out of our broadcast when she did a short time ago. But she'll be back, I'm sure, before very long. I think probably next, perhaps on one of Eric's broadcasts or Helga's, if not, as well.
Oh,
All
definitely.
is well.
Tomorrow's the 4th, right?
Today is.
Tomorrow.
Today is for us.
Oh yeah. Well,
Almost 5 hours.
Today
already.
I'll be doing meditation broadcast, and so yeah, Des and Helga and I should be getting together today for y'all to do meditation with the moon.
What time?
I don't know. We'll have to check with Des. We always let her kind of what works with her and her kiddo.
You mean today for you?
No, it's tomorrow for me. It's still 9:41 here, so it's the 3rd for me. Tomorrow or the 4th is a moon cycle. It is, I think it's the, let's see, I got it written down somewhere here.
As long as I didn't miss it.
April the 4th is the 3rd quarter. And it doesn't go until 6:02 p.m. So don't have to go after that, but I always kind of do it after the full moon is, or not the full, but after the moon is passed into that phase. That's like at the peak energy, I guess. And then on the 11th, we will be having a new moon, which won't be till 10:30 p.m. And on April 26th, we'll have the full moon. It's today here, not tomorrow yet. Yes, exactly, Brenda. And I looked and I'm already following you, Brenda, so
let me see.
Thank you for joining us.
I think also, yeah, I already follow her. Let me see.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. Oh, I did, baby. I have you on my today. Yes, you're also an artist. Oh, I like how the water flows. Spring day in Ohio. Yes.
Now that's interesting. I'm a little confused. Eric mentioned the 11th there would be a new moon. Is that right, Helga? Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Is that the 11th of April? I thought it was 11th of next month, and this month it was the 12th. So I'll be interested.
I don't know. You have to wait for him.
Yes.
I think that is the wisest decision to make.
I know it's late here as well, so maybe this is why I'm just double.
No, I'm not. I'm totally new in all of this, and in new moon, full moon, and.
I think the word's knackered, not mellowed out. Yeah. But it's certainly been a long few days, and just when I was trying to get my rhythm back again in terms of waking up early, going to sleep early, so it's another late one for me. But I'm not complaining. Far from
me.
Yeah.
When it is cold and rainy outside, I prefer to stay up late
Mm-hmm.
and sleep in so that the day with rain and cloudy weather will pass sooner.
Right.
And when the sun is, when it is hot, I will be broadcasting from nature because I will be more in nature than at home. There is my baby.
Sorry, I keep dropping out. Peyton needed my lovin's.
No need to say sorry.
See, that's
You
another.
know us.
That's another problem with HAPS as well. I'm just going to mention it now for everyone, just so that I've shared this energy. It is a bit negative, and I don't want to bestow it on everyone in a too much of a heavy way. But it's a bit of a question to everyone as well. So, Desiree, when she just rejoined, don't take this the wrong way, Desiree, but I say personally, it is personal because it was you that rejoined, and when you rejoined, you immediately rejoined the broadcast. Now, when people first join, they appear here, but then it's up to the broadcaster to then actually make the person appear on the screen, right? The video side of things. But Desiree, when you chose to rejoin us just now, as soon as you did so, you appeared in the broadcast. We didn't have the option, there's not like, it wasn't like, okay, so you're on standby to come into the broadcast. Do you see? And that's something that, again, should be looked
I wonder
into.
if we could test something. Have you ever tried testing it? I wonder
Let's
if
go
you
for
were to
that.
take me out of the broadcast and put me in the green room,
Right.
if I left and came
Yeah.
back,
Yes.
I wonder if I would show up in the green room again.
Well, that's what Desiree just did, didn't you? That's what I'm thinking, Desiree, right? You left, and then you left completely, and then you reopened the broadcast and rejoined it, did you? Or did you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey,
Right.
try it, Eric. Yeah,
But you didn't take her down. So I wonder
Right.
if you take me down and then I
Right.
exit.
Yep.
Do you just hit exit when you leave, Des? Or do you just close the screen, or how do you do it?
I do leave and then leave broadcast,
That's right.
and then it
This is at
closes
the top.
out.
At the top? Yeah, because you're on mobile. Okay, so I'll just hit exit. And
or you can close the tab and start right over again. But yeah, it'd be interesting, Eric. Talk to you in a moment.
Right.
Thank you for that. That's
All right.
very useful one. Yeah. Look at that now.
Well, the invitation's always there, unless you uninvite them.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. But as I say, you understand what I'm saying, though. So the first time, although you took the invitation and accepted it, you were still in an area on what we call the broadcast studio, on the desktop, where we could, once you clicked on the invite, then we could see that you clicked on it, and we can see you visually, and we can hear you, but we can't. The other people out there can't see you visually until we do a click here to bring you up into the main screen and on vision. That's the first time, but the second time, you just came on automatically once you rejoined. Yeah. So I can see in certain situations that can be a real problem, particularly if the topic had totally changed. For example, if someone was doing like a marathon type broadcast and they were, as I say, you could have come back at any time if this was a 10-hour broadcast. Mind you, it's not far off, is it, at the moment? But, you could have joined us sort of like 9 hours 30 when you were originally on 2 hours into a 10-hour broadcast, and you'd have just effectively crashed straight into the broadcast. Yeah. So Eric's there now. But you can hear us, can't you, Eric?
Yep, and I'm in the green room.
You're in the green room.
So I guess a polite way to do it then would be to take the person down before they leave, and that way when they come back in, they don't pop in, maybe? Or I don't know.
Are you suggesting then that if I hadn't taken you down just before, and if you now, because you're back in there, if I don't do that and you just leave, then you think you'll just pop straight back in again? I think Eric's got a point there, and I think he's right, actually, and I'll tell you why. Because I think what we're doing here is the same as if the signal's lost momentarily on 3 or 4G, or any signal for that matter. But that's a good point.
Let me try it this way, just to be sure. I'm going to exit. I'm going to exit while I'm still up in the broadcast.
Exactly, and I'm not going to touch anything. And I think Eric's got a very good point there. And I won't be surprised if now when he comes back, he comes straight into the broadcast because it's the technology saying, "Oh, his signal's back now. Eric's back," because he may have been lost now. Do you see? So, yeah, here we go. That's what my money's on. My money.
So forewarn before you're going to leave so they can take you down?
Yes. Yeah. Or if you want to trick someone who's broadcasting, just make sure you leave before you give them a chance to realise that you're leaving. Hey. There you go. He's come straight into the broadcast. I could see. Yeah. We've nailed that one.
Wow.
Yes.
And when I went onto my profile, I could see this picture of this podcast, but I was still in the picture. When I did it before, it was just the three of you. So yeah, it thinks that I'm still in there.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. It wasn't. You mean you saw your segment and it had the HAP sign in there as though the signal was lost.
Yeah. So it had all four of us in there, but I was just now coming back in. So
This is very similar. Then this is very similar logic to what we were saying before about how if I now come out of the broadcast intentionally, or if the signal's lost from my internet connection, after a time, not a long time, maybe a minute, maybe a little long, maybe two, this broadcast will end automatically. It needs to, because otherwise I wouldn't be able to start another one if the signal was lost. It would continue going, and if the signal's lost, I can't get back into my broadcast to end it. So it has to end it automatically. The way they've sort of wired all this. There's a lot of question marks over it, as I say. But
it's cool to figure those little tidbits out, though.
Yeah, but you know what? It's all going to change. That's why I'm trying not to work it all out, and that's what's frustrating me as well. Again, it's true. It's like having to learn to drive a car. When they've stuck the steering wheel in the trunk, and then on the next update they have to be working towards getting it in the right area of the car, at the front behind the windshield, the windscreen. So there's no point in kind of trying to remember how it's currently working, because you're only going to have to relearn it when everything's all moved around and it's like how it should have been in the first place. But oh boy, they're certainly keeping us on our toes there, that's for sure.
That would really be hard to drive without a steering wheel if it was in the trunk. That's
Do you think? Analogy. Yeah.
Well, it gives a new term to backseat driver, trunk driver.
Yeah.
Why do you English people drive on the left side? Why?
Why do we drive on the left side? Well, we drive on the right side.
Oh, why do you drive on the right side?
Well, actually, we do drive on the left, but when I said right, I meant correct.
So we're on the left.
Right.
No, we're on the right.
No.
So
in the car, she's explaining which way when you're in the car.
Yeah, the steering wheel.
Yeah.
It's on that side.
Yeah,
on
but
our passenger side.
Helga was asking why the car's on the road. They're on the left-hand side of the road, and that's because left is right and right is wrong.
Oh. Okay.
Okay. But yeah, I think I mentioned this, funnily enough, probably about, I don't know, a week or two ago, that it all goes back to the days of horse and carriage. And when the driver, when the person, taking care of all the horses and getting them to giddy up, etc., because of the way they sat there on the coach and they had a whip in their hands, it was... That's why we drive on the left. It has to do with the way they held the whip and where they were sat in relation to the horses. And they were sat very much over to the right hand side of the carriage, so that they could, because most people were right-handed, I think still are, and that I believe is to do with the history as to why vehicles here are on the left-hand side of the street when they're driving forward, and the person is sat to the right of them. I'll tell you something, I don't know if you realised this, anyone, but there are other countries as well as England, obviously, that drive on the left-hand side of the road. One example is Malta in the Mediterranean. Japan is another example, actually.
And the country where I was born.
Which is?
Suriname, South America.
Suriname, right. Well, Now I can't remember where Suriname's located exactly in South America.
It's near Brazil, France, Guyana, and British Guyana, and then you have Suriname.
Oh,
Right.
Chris.
I'm looking right now as you
Hi, Chris.
identified. Hello, Chris. We'll come back to Chris in just a moment and see what's going on there. But yes, absolutely, I see that now. And the interesting thing is, I notice that a lot of countries, though, that do drive on the left-hand side of the road, they're islands.
But Suriname is not an island.
No. Suriname is not. That's why I'm interested. But I don't know what the borders are like. But I always used to think when I was younger, I used to visualize and think to myself, hold on a minute. I didn't know at the time, but what countries in Europe drive on the opposite side of the road to their neighbouring country? The answer is none of them. Because if they did, I was thinking to myself, it must be interesting. When you drive to the border, how does the car cross over? They must have a bridge or something so that the cars went over to the other side to cross over. But if you look at it, there are no countries in mainland Europe where the borders meet and the cars are on the opposite side of the road in the street. But again, the UK, obviously, we're an island. We're detached from mainland Europe. As I mentioned, Malta, Japan, just trying to think of others as well. But when it comes to Suriname as well, I don't know how, as I said, I don't know how the land lies. So do you have, for example, it's understandable if you had some sort of desert area or barren area between the two countries and on the borders. But basically it's like dirt track between you, then rejoin a proper tarmac road, and then that's obviously how that works, in as much as driving from one side to the other between nations. I'm assuming that's what it's like there in South America, where you're from. Don't know. Hey, Chris is here. Chris in Brixham. Lovely to see you there, Chris. What's going on with? Anne-Marie's here as well. All British Commonwealth countries drive the left hand. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Of course, Australia is also on the same side of the road as the UK, correct? I think. Yeah. Chris is saying it's good to see you, Chris, says Brenda. And how about Ireland Southern? Yes, that drives on the same side of the road as Northern Ireland, which is part of the United Kingdom, I do believe. Isn't that right, Chris? They don't drive on the right in Ireland. Yeah, they don't. No, I know that for a fact, actually, from when I was over in Dublin. Yeah.
So that just means us Americans are backwards.
Well, I don't know about you driving backwards, but you certainly drive on the opposite side of the street. So maybe you're better off driving backwards. But I tell you that I did drive very briefly when for minutes when I was in Los Angeles once, and I think I could probably handle. I haven't actually driven any length on the opposite side of the road to where I'm used to, but I remember. At one point, I'd spent like a couple of weeks in the US, and when I got back to the UK, it did take me a while to sort of make sure that I wasn't run over and I was looking the right way when I crossed the street. Yeah.
I do have to say, I like getting in the car from the way that I get into the car. So I get in, my right foot goes in first, as opposed to my left foot going in first. So.
Okay. Yeah. Have you noticed in New York particularly, I think there are other places as well in the USA, where when you're trying to cross the street, you obviously have the pedestrian signs, but in New York, it's very synonymous, certainly, I don't know what, in the 70s, 80s, it used to say walk and don't walk. Yeah?
Right.
The street. But if you noticed, it was the word walk, and then underneath that, the two words don't walk. And I always used to think, why did they waste another bulb, another word, a bit of space on the sign? Why didn't they just have two words, walk, and above it, don't, and then the word don't would just flash on and off? depending on whether you could cross the street or not. So it would either be "don't walk" illuminated, or just the word "walk" illuminated, and "don't" kept on. As I say, it went off. And, yeah. So
Right.
any ideas on that? Because I got an idea myself.
I see what you're saying. It would be more
Yeah.
simplified the way that you're saying it. Yeah.
But I think that the reason is for safety, and that would be because if the bulb blew and went, the one that says "don't," until the maintenance guy or lady came along, it would always say "walk." So it would be a danger. Everyone would think, "Oh, it's safe to walk," and then suddenly they get run over.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's also noises for like the blind.
Yes, there is, like the beeping noises. Absolutely, yeah.
And then like people who aren't blind can hear that too. So you know. And now they some places like here where I live in Illinois, it doesn't have the words anymore. It has like people, or like like the person walking, kind of like.
That's what it's always been in the UK. Always in the UK, it's been two pictures of a person, one sort of astride and one foot in front of the other, and another one with them standing still. Absolutely, but and different colours. The person standing still red, and the walking person green. And of course, you have countdowns in Los Angeles. I've been lucky enough to go there a good number of times now. Dare I say, probably about 11. And I started noticing, like a few years ago when I was there, that there are more countdowns now on the zebra crossings, certainly, and on the pedestrian crossings there. Counting down from, I don't know, certainly 11 or 10 to 0, giving you enough time to cross the street. They never do, though, in Los Angeles. The boulevards and the streets are so wide there. You need to sprint across the road before the countdown reaches 0. Mad. Oh, and of course, the one thing you can do in the USA, certainly in California, I think it's different from state to state. Not all the states are the same, but you can turn on a red light depending on what state you're in the vehicle, can't you? So you can perform what it would be a right-hand turn if it's safe to do so, even though the lights are red.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a sensible rule because, again, at 4 o'clock in the morning, if the traffic signals are still, it's phasing and, and just timed and in the regular way, you're sitting there and everything is totally empty in the middle of Los Angeles, but you still got to sit there and wait for the lights to actually go green before you can perform that maneuver and turn right. No, it's a bit silly. Over here, of course, it would be turn left on a red light, but we can't do that. We're not allowed to. We don't have that. We're obviously not as intelligent and sensible. But then that flips the other way when it comes to alcohol, because of course in the USA you have to be a bit older. Apparently we mature younger here in the UK, and we can drink before we're 21 legally.
Yeah.
Most of us drink before we're 21 anyways here.
Right. Yeah, well. Yeah. Otherwise, what would college and university be like? Yeah. If you stuck to the rules that are there to be broken. Brenda says, I've always wanted to try driving on the left side. Should be interesting. Yeah, but I think it won't be long before the freeway and the highway, wherever you are, gets a bit jammed, if you tried that, Brenda. But that's up to you. If you want to do that in Ohio, that's perfectly okay with us. Do report back and let us know, though, how you're getting on, because that does sound like a bit of a blast. Anne-Marie says, here in South Africa, the traffic lights are called robots and roundabouts are called cycles. Yeah, now it's funny you should mention roundabouts there, Anne-Marie, because in the UK, obviously, we have roundabouts. I don't see many of them when I'm over in the USA. And a good example is when you're heading off of a very busy road, a highway or a freeway, they have ramps that join the local roads. Again, in Los Angeles, the ones I'm thinking of are elevated. The 405 particularly in West Los Angeles to join the 405 freeway, you have to go up a ramp. But the ramp is just like, usually it'd be a sort of a roundabout in the UK when you're joining off of a local road onto a major road like a freeway or a highway. So yeah, there does seem to be a lack of them in the USA, although I know I've been told that roundabouts do exist here, there and everywhere, if you look out for them.
Yeah, we have them at shopping malls.
Right, the roundabouts, do you? Okay. Yeah. I started at about 13, says Brenda. And Anne-Marie is confirming that roundabouts are called circles. Really? I did read slowly when I read the typo, cycles, and thought to myself, I wonder if you meant circles. And I thought, no, that would just be sort of like so obvious that you wouldn't call it a circle because, I mean, right. I hate roundabouts, says Brenda. Milton Keynes in the UK is the place for roundabouts. Chris is absolutely right. I remember that. Milton Keynes is what we call a new town. It's not so new now. But there was this idea back in, I think it's 60s, 1970s-ish. And because, well, people decided it was time to try and build a new town on a greenfield site, and actually plan it out rather than just how they've evolved somewhere like London. And Milton Keynes was one of the first new towns, but all the roads were like a grid system, and so obviously where they intersected each road, there's just loads of roundabouts there where the roads intersect in Milton Keynes, which is just northwest of London. They make me have an anxiety attack, says Brenda to Chris. That's the roundabouts I think we're referring to. Well, certainly if you're thinking about driving on the other side of the road there, Brenda, in a high, I'm sure they would, yes. Absolutely. But anyhow, yeah. I hope everything's going well there in the Buckeye State, by the way. They're up there. And at school at the moment, Brenda teaches, she works in the school, certainly on the front desk there in admin a lot of the time, don't you? And send my regards to your colleagues there in the school. Definitely. Certainly, Jeff. Funny, actually. Oh, do you know something? I can't believe it. Actually, I'm just going to have to step out of the picture just for a moment because while Brenda's there, you're not going to believe this, but I made a trip recently just to, I was just sort of picking up a few belongings that had been left elsewhere. And something, I actually thought I had it here where I am in London, but I obviously didn't. And I came across this, Brenda, and you're probably going to have to take a screenshot now, particularly if hey, there she is. Oh, yeah. And particularly, what's going on here? Oh, I see. It's because there's a delay on my picture on the screen, but there you go. And you might want to take a screenshot and give it to our friend there when you next see him. But she's doing okay. There she is, the lady that we encountered when we were on the train in London, the equivalent of a subway train in the US. And she came over to me when we were broadcasting live on Periscope. And that's one of the still images from that video. And she was just telling us that whatever you do, you'll have to have permission. Yes. You haven't asked for permission, for my permission, to broadcast. And I think to myself, well, why did you stick your face in front of my camera and walk towards me if you didn't want to be on that camera? And you just wanted to exercise your little gatekeeping, control, freaky style. And on the back there, Jeff, are you my lollipop stick? And that's another lady there saying goodbye to the train that I was on. Fascinating. In fact, I was on a Hats broadcast a few weeks ago, and it was crazy because the train stopped at a station, and as it did, I was on a broadcast, and so I put the camera outside the doors and just to say to everyone, this is where the train's stopping. That's the platform. It's not too busy because of COVID, etc. I had my mask on. Everything was in order as far as I was concerned. And as I pointed the camera, and I was standing still on the train because I was not getting off the train, it was very unbusy. There's like about 3 of us on this one, what we call the car, this carriage. And I pointed my camera down, and we saw a distance away 2 members of staff standing by the train ready to wave it off, whatever. But you should have seen them looking at me. Are you filming us? You can't film us. And I'm thinking to myself, well, I can, because I just am. And I did. And before I knew it, I moved away from the doors because I saw straight away they were intent on making their point. And as I went to sit back down in my seat in this empty carriage, they came over to the doors. And they're like, did you film us? I said, yeah, of course I did. Sure, you saw me. I said, they're like, you can't film us. I said, but I can. I just did. And I said, what are you going to do? Stop the train? I think I was a bit rude, actually, at the time, on the rare occasion. They were so bored. That was the thing, There was no one else really around. A few people getting on the train down the sort of towards the front of the train. But they must have been so bored because it was the height of the pandemic and not a lot of people traveling, so they wanted to just say something or do something. Meanwhile, the whole platform is covered in cameras, CCTV, and they were allowed to film us without our permission. But, yeah. And again, it was a situation where they were walking towards the camera when they saw me. If they didn't, just turn your back. You don't want to be filmed finished. But why wouldn't you want to be filmed? I mean, again, it was all down to just wanted to make their point because they ruled the place, yeah? Well, I'm glad to say, and I'm not surprised that they didn't say to the driver, hold this train while we call some more authority or something. Seriously, would it have been worth it? Holding up the whole train and the train behind and the train behind that just to make their point and trying to have me ejected from the train because I was not listening to what they were telling me. Great. Love it. Brenda says, I bet that's your favourite outfit. Outerwear. That was hysterical, Martin. Martin always in trouble for broadcasting strange people. Well. That's nice. Eric's not strange. Neither's Helga. Neither's Desiree. What are you saying? Here, I'll press this button now. There you are. Is that what they want me to do, do you think? That's it. There you go. Yeah. Goodness, I'm just looking at the time.
I know it's a bad rep for names, but we call those Karens in the United States.
Thank you for reminding me. I've only heard that expression again in the last sort of 12 to 18 months. It's become very sort of known over here now, shall we say, and used. And there was a whole thing about it, the political correctness of it, because people would use it. That's right, Karens, yeah? Yes.
Karens and Kens, yeah.
They're very much like NIMBYs as well. We call NIMBYs, not in my backyard. So somebody, for example, yeah, they want something like a law or a rule, but just not in their neighborhood. Yeah.
I feel bad for the Karens out there, though.
Right. I feel bad for the women called Karen who's, wherever they go. What's your name, Karen? Oh, my goodness me. I wonder how many have applied to change their name in recent months. A handful of years, yeah. Karen.
It all started with a live broadcast with a woman named Karen.
Remind us, please, Desiree. I may have heard this as well, but come on.
I'm not too sure of the broadcast that happened, but I'm pretty sure that happened.
Right. On social media.
So yeah, it's usually like women, like who are always on your butt about something. You know, they think they're right about it, and then you just say, "Okay, Karen," you know.
Yeah, you're always right. Whatever makes you happy. Yeah, and it's kind of, yeah. I know exactly what you mean. It's a bit, I was going to say it's very cliquey between them all, these desires.
Yeah, I try not to use the terminology anymore because I know a lot of Karens, so, and they're not like that.
Well,
Everyone seems sleepy.
We love you too, Brenda. Would you like to join us for a sec before we are going to end this broadcast, even though it is not my broadcast? Or it is our broadcast.
I was trying to reply to an email from Michelle about the artwork, and I ended up noticing on Instagram she said she replied to me at 6:23, which adds up to 11, and then
Ooh,
I had to look at the time real quick, and it was 10:10, which is
ooh.
a form of 11. So I'm not sure why she didn't get my email. I copied and pasted her name, but we will see. We love you too, Brenda.
What I would like to say to those who would like to just sit and talk with me or just sit and do nothing, just send me an invitation. I will come and sit with you. I'm going to do the same, Brenda. I'm going to look for my pillows. Is that all right with my family?
Of course.
What's that?
That I'm going to look for my pillows.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because
Oh, you
Brenda
do
earlier
you.
on was asked by Helga if she'd like to partake and contribute in the chat, audibly, visibly, but she's saying that she's half asleep. Brenda, what's new? But Helga was agreeing as well. She's very tired as well at the moment.
Hey, Jan.
Hello,
Good to see
John.
you.
I'm confused. I thought we said hello to John earlier on. I feel like there's a lot of deja vu moments with John.
Mhm.
Did you guys do it?
Yeah, I sang it.
Oh,
But
okay.
you can
wanna
sing
sing
it
it?
again if you like.
I'm sure.
John Jacob Jingleheimer Smith. His name is my name too. Whenever we go out, the people always shout, there
John.
goes John Jacob Jingleheimer Smith. Da 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 da.
Just wouldn't be right if we didn't.
Okay.
And for that, you get a Dusty Bowl. Whoop. Triple banged it.
Well, it's that time, I think, with the bells going there, the gongs going, the bowls going there, Eric. What do you think?
Oh, the balls are going.
You got two bowls now. So.
I'm no longer a eunuch. We got the red one and we got the green one. We know when to stop and we know when to go.
Hang on a minute. Wait, I'm confused now because I'm very confused. Brenda's just said, okay, that, you know, she's waking up early to get on the road and she's going to the ocean.
Nice.
But then I'm confused because a short time ago she said she's half asleep. And I was thinking that could be awesome, that couldn't it? If you're half asleep, Brenda, why don't you stay half asleep? And then what you could do is just before you're about to head to the ocean, if you then switch to the other half of you being asleep, then you can just be half awake the whole time. And you just, you know, and then you wouldn't, or even if it was just one eye, the left eye first, then the right, you know what I'm saying? And then that way, yeah, you wouldn't miss a thing. you could still be half awake for 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, rather than being fully awake just part-time. I wonder how that would work for us all. What do you think? Just saying.
Might be where we're evolving to.
Do you think? Yeah, it's always you never know how it's going to be in the future, what the new normal will be. No such thing as normal, but yeah, as far as I'm concerned, but people continue to use those words. Normal. Yeah. She says true. Oh, it's an interesting moment on the clock there. 3:21. The countdown has begun. Desiree's gone to play hide and go seek. Again. Yeah. Well, I'm happy for you guys and girls to carry on.
Yeah, I think I've got to do some packing, and then before I go to bed, I got to get something done on this room exchange in this day before it passes.
Okay. We could work it so that technology, so that it is possible to hand over the baton, sort of. Well, it's already running.
Pass the baton.
Yeah. Oh, hang on. What's going on with my technology? Strange things.
4 hours and 11 minutes must be a record.
Well, we're digital now, Eric, so it might be a CD or even an MP3 download as opposed to a record. But I know what you mean.
I think she was talking about the time. How long you've been broadcasting. There's a new record.
Indeed. It has probably been a record there. Thanks so much. You stay safe there as well.
Sweet dreams.
In the Baha'i State. And we'll catch up soon on another broadcast here, I'm sure, with everyone. Oh, Desiree is... Oh, I don't know if she muted herself. Oh! Is that because you heard us saying that we're going to be winding things up, or you've got to go anyway?
No, I heard through the ethers that it was time to go.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I think that. Yeah, we've been on here for quite a while. So thanks for rejoining us and giving us pause for thought, trying to sort out the technology, and Eric doing a little testing in response to confirm our suspicions with what happens when people come in and out of broadcasts, etc., etc. Where have you got so far with that drawing? Let's see before you go. We want to see the progress. Has there been much? What's going on?
Oh.
Okay.
I don't know if you can see it, but yeah, it's just like a little bit of iris there.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's just kind of. Oh, and there we go.
It looks like the beginning of a bird's eye view making a pom-pom.
Oh, what's a pom-pom?
Oh, like a pom-pom. It's like, it's the, what do you call them there then? They're made of wool, the balls, the pom-pom. Yeah, pom-poms. Yeah, the cheerleaders have those things, don't they?
Oh, okay, yeah, those. Okay, yeah.
Those pom-poms. Yeah, so yeah, that's, you got me thinking there for a minute. Do they call pom-poms something different in the US? But no, yeah, those things. But you know how it is. You get a donut two pieces of cardboard, and then you start wrapping around the wool thread. That's how you make them. So yeah, so it looks like the beginning of potentially making one of those from a bird's eye view. Love to all. Bye, says Emery. Thank you very much, Emery, for joining us, and do absolutely share, like, and follow the broadcasts. Definitely follow everyone that's been appearing in this one today. And there's been, who's the other person? Oh, goodness me, I'm going to
Vera.
Donica joined us earlier.
Donny.
There was Vera, and apparently there was Martin Shine as well. When the broadcast started going wrong, he had to join us himself. And we won't go. That seems like another lifetime away, actually. Now, yeah, that was early on. Yeah, thanks again, Anne-Marie. Thanks, Brenda. Thank you to John as well. I think he's still just about there, hanging in. And we will all catch up with the community and the good bubble that we're building here very soon, right? Thanks, Eric. Thanks,
Thank you,
Helga.
Martin.
And because this was an 11:11 broadcast that I usually do, and eventually it turned into this with all of us here, I'm going to end with the titles that have been somewhat missing recently. So I've got to now somehow say thanks very much, and we'll catch you all soon. If not before, at 11:11. Very soon. Stay safe. Bye for now. Better unmute myself. We were all back there live for a moment. Well, I mean, you see, things don't always go according to plan and perfectly when we're live. That wasn't the VT that I was supposed to play, so this is just going to be a little bit longer now, guys and girls, because things were going so well. But I know a lot of people out there have been missing this. So, subject to the technology here, playing ball, I think I might be able to bring to you what I was trying to bring to you, the closing titles of what used to be our 11:11 PM show here in the UK. I'll just say very quickly while things are loading here. Thanks again. Thanks on behalf of Eric, Helga, Desiree, and please do follow them as well, everyone. And I'll be back here, if not on my own, with them and others very, 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 very soon. Stay safe, and until next time, it's martinshine.live on any browser, signing off for another time with the right titles, only because we can. And you can also join Shinecast. That's another thing. I'm not even going to go into that now. But thanks again. Bye-bye for now.